Alright, let's hope all the audio is working.
今日の修行を終わらせたら食材の補充もいいお嫁さんだとそれほどでは。
Music's a tad bit loud. Yeah, probably is. I'm trying out the in-game audio this time. Hopefully there's no copyright claim. I'm gonna give it benefit of the doubt this time around. I'm also gonna close that for now. So let me lower this just a tad bit. Let's put about there. Okay, that doesn't. We're not entirely sure how. I'll have to see how that goes as we start listening to the other soundtracks from this event, which I'm told are actually pretty interesting. So I've not been able to upload in a while. Been hectic, very hectic. I kind of had to get a little bit a little bit wordy with some of the people at my work. Then again, they kind of dumped something on me last minute and said, "Hey, we need this done in like 2 months," and I have no knowledge of anything on it. So it's like I'm in the middle of getting a whole bunch of meetings done, and I'm like, really? No warning, you just dumped this on me? Is an interesting time right now for me at work, which is why I've been pretty much like non-stop meetings and pretty much like I'd get off work and I'd be so tired I'd just pass out. Like I was actually gonna stream Blue Archive yesterday, but I pretty much shut down my computer for the day and just passed out in bed. Oh boy, it's been some weeks already. So not a lot of streams in the near future. No, I'm gonna try to balance it out. It's really what I'm trying to figure out, because like there's videos that should have been released last week that I didn't get the chance to haven't been able to even touch, and it annoys me a little bit. But I'm gonna try to balance it out a bit more as much as I can. Hopefully stuff slows down. I'll be able to just focus on developing instead of having to sit in meetings till I don't know whenever. Like today I was pretty much in meetings from 9 to 6:30ish. So that's how it is. Anyway, that's pretty much all I can really talk about for that. Not much else I can really say for life stuff. I do want to try to get videos out as much as I can. It's annoying that I haven't been able to get stuff out. And I'm working on it. Do I have enough for one pity? I mean, one pity. I wasn't able to get as much coin. Well, okay, that's not true. It's called, I keep forgetting how much coin this drains up. And I put like 20k in this already. I already redeemed a handful of these already. I just didn't commit to any more because my coin. PowerPoint is a crime. Oh, it's not PowerPoint. Like these are people showing me flowcharts, having to understand. Like, okay, for people who don't know, I'm a software engineer, programmer. So, I'm also like in the medical sector, so it's like all the more intense when stuff needs to get done. So it was a lot less PowerPoints, more of just flowcharts, and like them giving me the lowdown of the business rules for everything. I also have a lot of mail left. That is true. I don't think I've done my dailies today either. You know what? Let me go ahead and get those out of the way. Oh, I forgot that song is still copyrighted. I can't let that play. I hate that so much. It makes me really sad that that song is still copyrighted. Even after Yostar got the, or not, well, Manju Yostar got the rights for it. This doesn't really give me coin, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'll do these later. They don't really give coin either. The UR is Yabe. Oh, I've heard already. Also, before anyone asks, as much as I do like Takao, but I'm still using random secretaries, which is why I have this assortment today. So you'll be seeing them throughout stream. Though I think this is supposed to reset soon, so these 5 may rotate out midstream. Because I think this is around, what, 9? I think? They don't really give me the time these are supposed to be actually at. I kind of wish things were localized to my time zone, but that's a lot more coding. How many bonk sticks am I gonna need for? Do I need to get? I've got my. Okay, I've still got the. I still have this really sturdy bonking stick. Like you guys could probably hear that. That's me like actually hitting my hand with it. So we'll see how that goes. It is a very sturdy. Well, it's supposed to be actually a scroll container for like wall scrolls and whatnot, but I haven't been needing to use it because I don't have to transport scrolls around anymore. Got my own place and I've got it all set up already. So, is this the same bonking stick from the? I mean, it could be the same one for every single stream if I need it to be. I had the little church. What? Unless there is something you were hiding. No, I just have it prepared so if I need to use it, I know when to. I could pull it out. I could pull that thing out and just annihilate somebody like you would. I'm thinking of that. I'm thinking of what's Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where it's like you get the fan and just destroy your A button, and the person can't do anything for the next 5 minutes. Oh boy, there's a meme about Richelieu and versus Implacable. I'm not surprised by that. I mean, I'm like, hang on. Can I just point out, this is more than likely a singularity. She's a little too happy with this. She's a little too happy about, so she's like, oh, the singularity is here. It's pretty. Richelieu's like, oh no. By the Pope. That is what it is. Also, now I have officially 3 games with like various church style theme music. You have Arknights. We have well, technically 4 if I consider Alchemy Stars, but we'll see. That's not quite her personality, but okay. Oh, I'm sure it's not. It's just when I look at that, that's the initial impressions I get of her. So I'll say that for now. We will try to listen to the music as well, Starflame. We'll see how that goes. Have I pulled for Sayori? No, I need to. I was meaning to stream. I might do this over the weekend. I might stream on the weekend to cover the story. Because I think the last bit of Eden Treaty's out, right? Or at least that volume. Or chapter. Chapter. Yes. Volume is the individual stories. Chapters, I think that's how that works. It's volumes, and then there's chapters of volumes. Okay. Is Eden Treaty done, or is that just for that specific chapter? Volume 4. Isn't it Volume 3, Chapter 4? Or am I getting that crisscross? This is why I'm a little bit confused right now. So. Anyway, I don't have a lot of coin. We might go through this pretty quickly. We'll see. I've been hearing some... It's been pretty mixed. I've seen people get it in the first 10... I've actually seen 2 people banner sweep on the first 10 pull. And I mean, like, all of the characters on this. There was one person that sent me their gacha stuff, and they got all of them. The one, like, including Royal Oak. Like, that is impressive amounts of luck. Like, that's how crazy that was. So, I've seen people get it within the first 20. I think I've seen a lot of those, actually, within first 20s. Which is kind of surprising, actually. But, of course, everyone's luck's going to be different, so we'll see how that goes. I think I've wasted enough time for everyone. I usually like to wait a little bit before I start pulling, because I know some people like to run into the stream here. And it might take a little bit. No clue what you're about to do, but I hope it works out. We're going to be pulling for characters. I've only got about 30-ish pulls, because I'm actually... It's always coin that I'm reduced... that I'm struggling with. But, granted, I could have had another 10k if I didn't put it towards lab. But that is that. Anyway, interestingly enough, the UR, as nice as the UR probably is going to be skill-wise and kit-wise, I'm kind of more for the Dido girl. It's not like I have any bias whatsoever towards a specific Dido character at all. Towards a specific Dido class. It's not like there's anything at all for that. Totally not biased. Look, chat, we have to head pat the Dido. Or head pat the space above the Dido. That is all. No bias whatsoever. You say that, but no skin for her. I'm not... well, okay. Actually, this one isn't too bad. I forgot. I'm thinking the Cirrus ones, not this one. I don't know. I kind of want to see... I don't know if they're going to release any more for her. I'd like to see her get... Is that a Switch? I'm sorry, was she playing on a Switch there for a second? Did I see that right? Hold up. Do that again. That is a Switch! That is a Switch! Dido Gamer confirmed? Dido Gamer confirmed? Oh my goodness. Alright, anyway. Yeah, I'm totally not biased towards a specific class of ships here. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know, I've heard, I do like the designs of all of them, though. I can definitely see what some people were saying about this looking like a certain Ruby character. I forgot her name because I don't watch Ruby. I think it's W Girl? Weiss, I think, is the name? I think? I don't know, I've never seen Ruby. Anyway, let's go. I don't know the timers because I haven't looked at them yet, but that's how it is because I've just been too busy. Dido always has been. Legally distinct. Oh yes, of course. But of course we're allowed to say Switch. It's kind of the same thing as, what is it? Momoe and Midori from Blue Archive, who have like the little switches in their hands, but they're not switches. I bless your rules, hog, in the name of the... Which church is that? Is this the Holy Thighs Church that I hear so much about? You like the designs, huh? Yeah, I usually like the artwork for a lot of characters. That's generally... I'm not saying... Oh, wait, was I supposed to interpret that as something else? Eh? I feel like I missed the point. Never mind. 2 switches Yuzu has? Oh! Ghost boat! Basic what? I need to use this I need to use Shropshire more because she's got her retrofit actually seems really good. I'm just not really I'm too busy letting London play than I am letting Shropshire play. Not looking so good, chat. Not looking so good, chat. Uh-oh. Oof. It's one of those 10 pulls. Oof. All right, let me just clear that right out. That entire group is all gone. It's one of those 10 pulls. We remember those very well. 55 minutes. I don't know who that is. Wait, what pool is this? What pool is this based off of? This looks like heavy as usual though. Oh, don't tell me. Is this her? Is this her? Is this our Dido girl? This is special. Oh no, that makes sense actually, cause carrier. Did I get the girl I wanted the most? I don't want Smug Destroyer. She can go sit in a corner. In fact, I will bonk her every day if I have to. Isn't Dido class? It's not Dido, it's Leander? Really? Objection. I've acquired the one that I was the most interested in. This is fine. No, the head pat must go up there. She kind of looks like this weird combination of Dido and Cirrus. Like, you guys see it, right? This is kind of what I was thinking, is like, it's a combination of Dido and Cirrus for some reason. Like, I think it's got like the... I mean, it doesn't have the abandonment issues of Dido, and it doesn't... I'm okay, I don't want to say... It's not... It doesn't have the thirstiness of Cirrus because of... Yes. Well, I don't know yet, because the Dido class do be like that sometimes. I don't know. Dido doesn't seem that big into that. Anyway, we have her. We have the one I wanted the most, which makes me happy in the end of the day. She's a bit of a sadist. Oh. Oh. Huh. He doesn't know. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I don't want to say that because the Dido class can be that way, and I just don't know it yet. Well, I mean, like I said, I got the one I wanted. This is who I wanted the most, anyway. So I didn't actually pay attention. So who do we just have the 4 here with? Lost Spartan takes it the sub. Rainbow bullying luck be upon you. Oh no. Separate thanks for the 5. So, okay. Actually, that's right, Smug Girl isn't in this group. So I just need to get... Okay, chat. Let's see chat predictions here. Does the 0.5 happen before the 1.2? Am I gonna be 0.5 gang? I know the elite's gonna be the bane of my existence, because that's usually what happens. I see this as an absolute win. I do see this as an absolute win. Rate up is a lie. Well, sometimes. It could be weird. Been getting a lot of bogues, though. That's what happened to you in Yorktown. I think that happened to me on your... Wow, the elite came. Huh. So what I was saying about the whole about the elite being the bane of my existence, that was I take that back. That changed very quickly. I'm no good at introductions. That was fine. I don't think that was a bad introduction. Also, you can tell she's timid. At least a little bit. Or at least just embarrassed. That was a fine introduction. I see no issue. Okay. That was fast. Oh, hello, submarine girl. I wasn't expecting that. The back-to-back double combo. Did I get doubles of a lot of characters? I got triple Bogue, though. Triple Bogue. That is something. Alright, I need to... I guess I should probably grab some mail. Is that all? Yes, that is all of them. Richie's very sus in this event. She's been a little bit on the suspicious side lately. Not for anything really bad against her, more of just, we don't really know what she's trying to go after. Of course, the Vichia aren't gonna like her because of, well, the whole ordeal with them. Elites are the bane of my existence. Yes, they normally are, Side and I. Thanks for the 2. How many sandies do you have today? I think I'm still in the high 40s. Let's actually see. Let's do a quick count, shall we? Let's do an inventory. Let's see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, so that is 35. Oh, I have exactly 40. Exactly 40 duplicates. This is perfect. But if we're going to do a full count, we need to include Little Sandy, which is 41, and Normal Sandy, which is 42. Well, Sandy retrofit. So 42 Sandys. I think we're in that's a pretty good number. I believe you need more San Diego. You know, that's a good point. You raise a very good point. You know what?
いらっしゃいませ。第二次大戦で一番多く星をもらった重要艦です。
Delete the heresy. No. I need them for research purposes. Very important research is being conducted. We can't we can't undo that. It's a very important thing that I don't do that. Alright, what's the oldest ones here? What do we got? 929 is the oldest. That is 1013. Perfect. Alright. I have 41 now, technically. The dock do be getting quite a bit full. There's a 340 there and a 2 hour flat. Okay. How many sandies does it take to type out something other than I am number 1? Look, we don't know. Retrofit with... I'm just kidding. I don't think she ever got one. Though it would be nice to see her, like, get something so she could at least be, like... I don't know. She's like the forgotten sister of the two. Shark. Shark. We got the bulb of garlic, chat. Oh god, I love that joke. It's not looking good, chat. It's not looking good. It's cursed. Oof. Oof. No good. NG. Well, not good. Yeah. And then, of course, I ran out of coin because I didn't save coin. I should have. I really have a problem with doing that. That was another mid-pull. Yeah, it kind of was. That's what you get for the 41st standing. Hey. I got the one I cared about the most. I got this one. Also, thanks for the 5. Hope you get implacable. I hope I do, too. Of course, as I will always say, it's first day. It's no reason to freak out if you don't have them. I guess if you're out of cubes, maybe. But if you're out of coin, that's a different story. I generally have it this way the other way around. Of course, I could just, you know, adjust that. It's not like I'm sitting on gems and I don't know what to do with them. I don't think there's any really great skins in here. I wasn't that interested in this one. I don't think any of the skins... I mean, this one is actually not that bad. I feel bad for her. You know, for all of the, like, suspiciousness that Marblehead had, especially when she first released, and, you know, there's that one reference in there, she's got some pretty nice skins. She really do. This one's actually, like, she actually looks kind of nice in this one. I feel bad for poor Memphis over here. But I don't think her skins have really ever been that bad. This one is, I don't know. This one's so uncharacteristic of her. I'm not used to her being playing this role. We don't talk about this one. Also, I forgot the two Manju doing the Star Wars reference here. It's over, Manju. I have the high ground. This one's just Anki. This one's cute. Okay, no, I forgot. This one is adorable. Blame dishwasher. I mean, if he wants to draw him that way, it's fine. I mean, I think it was going for the schoolgirl aesthetic, which it's fine. It fits the overall aesthetic, except it's not the personality of Heinrich I'm used to. So, but this one's adorable. This one isn't bad either. I don't see any personal issues with it. So, I think actually most of these, like this one's not bad. I like this one. I don't know. It's probably not. God, never mind. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it, chat. I forgot why I hated this one so much. I forgot why I hated this one. I was like, is this the one where it has the, yep, and then I remembered how much I hate it, and then of course she's giving us this smug face. Another Bosch. I don't know. Yeah, the fear of changing clothes. Is that actually a thing, or is that just a meme? She's very Hachama on this one. See, I don't know the Hachama stuff, so I can't necessarily say I get it. The Cian version of you know, I saw I don't know if this is true or not, but I saw an image from that someone posted, and it was this skin, but for some reason the entire thing was just covered in blinding like light, and I was cracking up because I was like, yeah, I mean, I could see it. It's a bit out there. She's worse. How can you? You know what? I don't want to know. I don't want to know how she could be worse than her, because she probably is and probably will be. Oh boy. Seeing Censor be like, yeah, no kidding. Alright, well, we can slowly work our way up to. Oh, right. I misclicked this earlier. What is going on here? So I accidentally misclicked this earlier, and I had to go from the dialogue off the memories. So, but before we do that, we can go do the pre-event stuff, because that is something that we need to do. I will let everybody know, as usual. I do want to cover the. I will try to cover the what is it? The discrepancies that we know of. And from what I've heard so far on the pre-event, it's bad. It's really bad. So I'm just gonna say, take everything and today and tomorrow's streams with a bit of a grain of salt, because there's gonna be discrepancies, and it's gonna be a game of who's right, which is unfortunate. Unfortunate for us. Grant us eyes, hawk. Grant us. What? Eh? With a salt mine? I mean, I don't think you need a salt mine's worth of salt. Why, is the translation bad? No. So Ian and JP imply things that Cian don't, and we generally tend to base things off of Cian because it's considered the source material. But Ian and JP, when they reveal something in the past, like for example Scapa Flow and also Queen Elizabeth Meta, they've been right on both of those. So I'm not sure if it's a matter of spoilers or if they want to make things make more sense, I guess. I don't know. But it's caused a bit of an uproar with discrepancies, so we'll see. Still better than Netflix interpretations. I don't have Netflix, so I can't say I know. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive on into the pre-event and see how this goes. Then we'll dive into the event as quickly as we can. Hear that Taiwan name dropped Missouri in Abyssal Refrain? What? What? No, I did not. Leopold, why? Anyway, a queen's ordinary day, an ordinary meeting. Oh, please do not start this ordinary stuff again. I don't know. I'm sick of it the last time with the... I'm just an ordinary alchemist that came from an ordinary family who was just a bunch of ordinary farmers living in an ordinary town. You can tell I'm still in pain from that. The sun rose over the Roy Islands on a quiet yet busy morning. Birds chirped from atop their tree branches, their song flowing across the empty streets below. Sunlight filtered through the curtains of the Queen's castle, marking the beginning of another wonderful day. Royal Islands, Queen Elizabeth's bedchamber. Your Majesty, it's time to wake up. Please, Your Majesty. 5 more minutes, Belle. It's not Belle. You said the same thing 5 minutes ago. Mood. No work is going to get done if you stay in bed all day. What do you mean? This is my mood all the time. Yeah, oh, it's you, Newcastle. That's right. Belle isn't here right now. Yeah, okay. Time to get up. Sometime later in Elizabeth's office. After getting dressed and washing her face, the little queen sat down at her work desk. Cup of morning tea in hand, she went through reports from her subjects all around the world. Per Your Majesty's orders, we sent replicas to our exhibit at the World Expo. As predicted, several of the originals have since gone missing. The data we gathered suggests meta involvement, though the specific readings do not match anything we have on record. Furthermore, we are unable to trace how these infiltrations took place. Moreover, sporadic siren attacks were detected around the same time frame the exhibition items were stolen. While there may be some connection between the two events, we do not have any hard evidence to link them as of yet. For the time being, all we can do is continue investigating. I shall inform you if anything new comes to light. The sirens targeting the World Expo was well within my expectations. But what does this unidentified meta want with our Royal Islands? Their motivations truly make no sense to me, and that goes for both the sirens and the meta. We've dealt several blows to the sirens, both in the NA Ocean and through Friedrich's ploy. We've also made contact with several meta ships through Camelot. So why is all of this happening now? How are they attacking us while hardly leaving any evidence behind? I have a bad feeling about this. If there are meta ships colluding with sirens, that could spell disaster. So this right here, this sentence right here was one of the sentences I was already told was not true. But I don't know. Let me actually double check what the actual thing was. Because I remember one of the guys I work with for CN translations and stuff also said the same thing. If I can find it again. I remember. Oh yeah, CN just doesn't talk about it. Yeah, it's just this is a straight up omission from CN. So Ian added this. Or at least JP Ian. We don't know if because usually what happens from what I've been told is CN writes the original script, then it sends it to JP. JP then translates it and localizes it as as necessary, and then usually Ian gets whatever JP does. Though what ends up happening sometimes is you have one of two scenarios. Either JP writes something completely different, so CN and JP doesn't agree and Ian just copies JP. Or we have CN does its thing, JP does its own thing, and then CN off of JP, or Ian off of JP does its own thing. So in the worst situation, it's a game of telephone where all three environments are saying different things. But apparently this is a complete add-in for global. So we'll see where this goes. It could be right, it might not be. So we don't know. Right now that's kind of a little hard to say because most of the ashes. So like to kind of make this a little bit harder to believe, all of the ashes hate the sirens. Most of the metas want nothing to do with them. Granted, at the same time, we don't necessarily know all the powers of the sirens. There could be some metas that are under control of others. We don't necessarily know. You know, we don't know what the limits of the powers for sirens are. And we don't know how many metas there are in total. But from what we know so far, most of the, like, all the ashes hate the sirens, and most of the metas want nothing to do with it. So, we'll have to see. It could just be a complete throwaway statement, though. Anyway, even the Ashes are not a monolithic faction. It isn't inconceivable that they would have members among them working with this. No, they wouldn't. No, that... Most of them I literally just said this. One of the main goals of the Ashes is the destruction of the Sirens. This makes no sense. Meta. If they replace this with meta, that makes more sense. Oh my goodness. The ones we know for now, sure, but again, the main focus of a group being the destruction of the sirens, this sentence makes no sense. In any case, I can't just sit around and wait for reports to come in. Think which parties might be interested in getting their hands on cultural artifacts. The same groups that were responsible for Daedalian Hymn. Which actually, that's kind of observer, actually. Normal observer, not zero. Because there was, like, the whole thing of Daedalian Hymn, that group of sirens specifically was fine with that. Newcastle, summon Gokester. I want to report on Sardinians and Iris Libre's recent movements. Azul Meta is working with the sirens train. Everyone just completely obliterate ALM now. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. We'll see. But yeah, there's some of these sentences I might have to refute. I'll see. Some of them will be kind of hard to tell, though. I don't have the whole list with me because I didn't actually bother to ask for like a full list. But if I need to, I can go back and check it. It might be something like how I did it with Pledge of Radiant Court. Does want to get rid of the metas. Yes, so you can have more dock space. Yes, I can understand that. Good one. I didn't think about that. Anyway, Elizabeth office, noon. Your Majesty, it's almost lunchtime. Would you like to eat? Let me finish what I'm doing first. Give me 30 minutes. As you will. I shall wait until then. Your Majesty, here is the report you asked for. Finally, let's make this quick. Tell me your most important findings. Of course. Starting with Iris Libre, Richelieu's campaign in Africa is proceeding smoothly. Skybound Oratorio. Her fleet has been steadily growing in strength and is expected to become a considerable force in the near future. Meanwhile, the Vichy Dominion has been abandoning their territories one by one and redeploying their forces in mainland Europa, suggesting a change of strategy. As for the Tribunal, we've learned that several of its members have left the continent of Europa to partake in covert operations. However, due to the organization's... Never mind. The secretive nature, we've been unable to determine their means or objectives, and we need to remain vigilant. Are there any reports of the Tribunal attempting to reach out to Iris Libre? Not as of yet. However, as both the Vichy Dominion and Iris Libre have set up pavilions at the World Expo, it is highly likely the two parties have interacted in secret. Yes and no. I mean, Richelieu has been asking a few people within the within the Vichya about a specific relic that I think Marco Polo's after as well, but most of the Vichya just hate Richelieu. Sheffield may know something, as she is on the scene. I take it she's maintaining the appearance of a neutral party. That's correct. Furthermore, we have not seen any movement from the Holy See in response. Ah. If any, this has been one gap that we have been needing to have answered. So Crown of the Holy See is something we need to figure out. If any new information comes to light, I will inform you at once. Why call it Africa? Oh, why not call Africa a Afroica? I don't know the reasoning behind their namings. It's odd. I appreciate it. Speaking of which, what information do you have on Sardinia? To the best of my knowledge. Wait, on second thought, let's ask Illustrious instead. She's there in person. Certainly, Your Majesty. I will contact her now. Illustrious, do you hear me? Your Majesty, yes, I hear you loud and clear. How may I be of service? I want a word with you. Where are you right now? I'm in the restaurant of the Royal Navy's pavilion. I'm afraid you caught me in the middle of dinner. Please do forgive me. I will head to my lodging and call you back at once. No need, I just wanted to know how things are over there. I presume the Sardinia incident has been dealt with. Has everything gone well since? Indeed it has. There have been no further problems so far. Sardinia has done an excellent job maintaining order and keeping the event on schedule. In general, the mood here is quite festive. Glad to hear it. I suppose that makes things easier for you. What about Veneto and Littorio? Have you seen them? I have, both during the opening ceremony and a few more times after when they paid a visit to our pavilion. Which, I think one of them was more enthusiastic about visiting than the other. I wonder who that is. I just hear chat with the thinking emoji. I saw Littorio as recently as yesterday when she attended our banquet. I wonder why. Alright, finally. Have you had a chance to speak to Marco Polo, the organizer of the expo? She's been strangely absent, if I remember correctly. Now that you mention it, no, I've not caught as much as a glance of her. Interesting. Oh, I have one important thing to report, Your Majesty. It seems the Dragon Emperor delegation will be leaving the World Expo ahead of time, though I'm not sure if they're planning to return home just yet. Littorio on the hunt. Littorio does have her sights on the illustrious class. I wonder how she would feel about Indomitable, actually. Indomitable would just be like, leave me alone, I want to sleep. Why would they do something like that? Illustrious, when is the closing ceremony of the World Expo? They might know something we don't. Desserts after lunch. Who has desserts after lunch? Lunch is not usually like a big meal. Melomaniac Gremlin. She do kind of be a little suspicious, though. She's still in her box, right? Then for me, just Zawaldo out of there, probably. Littorio would probably not stop, though. Anyway. Lunch is a big meal here. Oh. Well, for me, it usually never is. I guess I'd put it that way. Because I know, like, in Europe, there's, like, for, like, certain... I don't know if it's the entirety of Europe. I think I know in a few places it is. There's, like, you guys take, like, the... What is it? That hour or 2 hour block around that time of day off? If I remember correctly. Like, that's actually a thing, which is actually kind of... It's interesting. Lunch is the biggest meal for all the people I know, personally. Really? Oh, maybe it's just me then. I don't know. Lunch is breakfast and dinner is lunch. Wait, what's dinner then? Do you just not have dinner? Anyway, Castle Trading Grounds, noon. What? Oh, right. Let's see you parry this. Filthy. Not bad, but not quick enough to land a hit on me. Now it's my turn. Maybe quicker. I like how these two are still dueling. But I figured out your fighting style. You blocked that? But you won't block. Hold it, Vanguard. We are being watched. Watched? Actually, yeah, I've been feeling that too. I sense it from over there. Look, is that Her Majesty? She's tiptoeing along the tree line. I can only assume she's trying to sneak out of the castle. Well, she can't sneak past us. Let's go talk to her. We'll call this duel a draw. Your Majesty, do you require help in any... No, I don't. I'm just passing through. Get back to your training. Don't waste your time worrying about me. I'm afraid I can't do that, Your Majesty. It's my job to protect you, and to that end, I must know where you're going. If I may ask, why are you sneaking around? If you're going on an outing, you need only tell me so. There you are, Your Majesty. Vanguard, you came at just the right time. I believe Her Majesty intends to leave for Scapa Flow by herself. By herself! I can already hear the reeing internally from Vanguard. Parry this, you filthy casual. There's videos I've seen of that, it's great. Newcastle! Scapa Flow, Your Majesty, you cannot be serious. What's wrong with that? Plus, lower your voice already. With all due respect, it wasn't long ago when you reprimanded Monarch for the same reckless behavior. Monarch be like, excuse me? Poor Monarch. Fine, fine. If I must be held to the same standard, then you two come with me. Yes, Your Majesty. Monarch, get yourself equipped. There's no time to waste. Catch up if you're coming along. Your Majesty, wait. Please give us a minute. I've already given you one. I will not be late on account of you. They're just going. Alrighty then. Monarch just be like, bruh. Oh my goodness. Merci, Camelot. Hey, if it isn't Her Majesty. Oh, you guys are just back here? This event's music was so good. I'm guessing they're gonna go ask them about the particular meta that they're seeing. I don't know, do they have data on it? Also, hi, Repulse. It is an honor to see you again, Your Majesty, and company. Yes, it's been a while. Is everything ready? Yes, Your Majesty. Once the designated time arrives, the rest is up to you. Got it. You two, follow me to the control station. Your Majesty, may I ask what you intend to do? Are you going to use the gate to teleport to another Merci? Nothing of the sort. We can't risk drawing the attention of that Bomb-on Richard girl by activating the gates again. Good call. Until we've completely ruled out any possibility of danger, use of the gate is off limits. A wise decision, Your Majesty. Whatever that monster taking the form of Bomb-on Richard really is, leading her to this branch would prove catastrophic. Yeah, it's part of the reason why I think the Sirens was trying to hide it so much. That much is clear. We could barely even hold her off last time, and that was with outside assistance. I would like to volunteer as tribute. Guy. Chat, calm down. It's just Bomb-on. But we're not the only ones researching translocation through singularities, right? If Ironblood doesn't stop their experimentation as well. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I've contacted the commander to hopefully get them to stop. None of us can afford to make any rash moves while we don't know what we're up against. But that doesn't mean we can't use the singularities at all. Today we're here for a completely different purpose. I think from what I understood, this section was completely rewritten. And I think there was a good amount, there was some bits that were omitted. There was like a whole bunch of dialogue, I think, from this portion that's just missing, I think. Omitter. No, not that omitter. That being. Establishing a communication hub through space-time. Instead of creating a one large energy signature by opening the singularity for fleet travel, we'll basically poke holes in a bunch of different mirror seas for data transmission only. This way, that Richard girl won't be able to trace us back to a single point of origin, assuming she even picks up on our minuscule energy footprint in the first place. I see what they're trying to do. I don't know. Any type of signature could still be traced, I would imagine. That's all well and good, but what even is your goal? Simply stated, searching for friends. If the Ashes can make allies, there must be someone out there willing to ally with us. It's not like you're totally staring at two of them right now. I guess technically they are allied already. So this was something that was wrong in Pledge. In Pledge, the entire bit about Repulse and Renown wanting to join back up with the Royal Navy was completely omitted. So if anyone's confused by that, it's because Ian completely omitted that section. This part was the same chapter as when they did the I think it's the Knight's Pledge, where Vanguard and both Repulse and Renown raised their swords together. And there was a large chunk of that scene that was removed on Global. Thinking like Commander, what? How do you know it's going to work? I don't. Doctor, how do you know it will work? I have no idea! Same vibes. I don't, but we'll know. We'll never know until we try. I guess that's a fair point. What's the alternative? Continuing to play along with the reenactments? Fighting amongst ourselves forever? To hell with that. I will not sign away the lives of my subjects in an unending, unchanging war. And neither will the commander. Oh, hi. Well, yeah, we won't either. Protecting our Azur lanes is our duty as shipgirls. Fulfilling it requires ending this war and ushering in a lasting peace. Doctor, what? In order to defeat those who would make an enemy of peace itself, we must have a full hand of cards to play. The countermeasures are as magnificent as your ideals, Your Majesty. If all goes well, I can hardly imagine how bright the future ahead of us will be. If only the power-obsessed leaders of Ironblood shared your same vision. Eh? Despite how things may appear, the situation is not so black and white. I believe we are ultimately working towards the same goals. Yes, it's just your guys' approaches are different. Though, ironically, so one of the core tenets of Azur Lane is not using siren technology because they find it as technology that's not made by humans. But now we know that sirens are technically product of humankind, so... One way you could look at this is because the ship girls exist, they've already failed this core tenet. Because the ship girls exist, because the wisdom cubes exist, which is the same, which to a degree uses the same principle, or uses the same concepts to create the sirens, they've already technically failed the tenet because they're going to have to realize that this stuff is technically siren tech, though the siren tech is humanity. So, F in chat for the entirety of Azur Lane. Though, oh, okay, take that F away from the Northern Parliament. I think they figured that out. Both technologies are made by degens. One more so than the other. I still love that one meme about the two scientists, Oust and Ansel. I was just like, let's just reuse the same design. It's perfect. There's nothing we could do wrong. Ansel, I'm gonna give her a huge chest. I love that meme so much. It's so good. Oh gosh, Ansel became such a huge crowd favorite in just one event, and that's great. I loved that. Oh boy. We are capable of things they are not, as is the Sakura Empire capable of things the Eagle Union is not. We may all have been dealt different cards, but all we can do is play our cards to the best of our abilities. That is true regardless of which side of the table one may sit at. At least that's what my servant would say. Oh, us. That's right, she refers to us that way. I suppose all of us, across all factions, have been forging our futures in secret. Yeah, one of them's probably going to have a real bad time, Sakura Empire. But we'll see. They are doing some very dangerous things, and by they I mean Musashi and Akagi. I think I missed that. Oh, it's great. Do I need to worry about... it's like I would show it, but I don't know if I'm gonna have to worry about YouTube being like, no. If somebody wants to on my Discord, go ahead and post that in the lore chat. Or I guess either of the two chats. For those that are not on my Discord, I do have a Discord. I think the link should be in the description. If it's not, let me know and I'll make sure it's there. I should also mention that the Azur Lane chats are role restricted, so you need an Azur Lane role to view the Azur Lane chats. If you are on the server and are wondering where this chat is. Who's my Valentine's ship girl? I don't feel like this should be a very hard question. I mean, if you think about it, it makes a whole lot of sense. Blucher. I thought about Blucher. I really did. Was it Repulse again? Well, yes and no. One of the few times you could say, was it this person? And I can actually say yes and no. Anyway. You could say that. Granted, I too was clueless once. Clueless of many things. The nature of the reenactments, the singularities, the Crimson Axis, even the Commander. I could not tell good from evil, friend from foe. To be honest, I don't even know how this plan will pan out. We have neither the knowledge nor the technology to predict that. But one thing is for certain, this is better than doing nothing, isn't it? Sometimes. Sometimes. You may not, I mean, you don't necessarily, it's kind of the whole thing we were talking about in the last event, or the last major event, where they were talking about if you could go back in time, would you change it or not? You don't necessarily know if the changes you would like to make in the past would actually lead to a better future. Sometimes doing nothing is better than doing something because you're not going to necessarily know. Granted, it's a risk, but that's what it is. And yeah, sometimes doing nothing is the better option. Anyway, it's almost time. Hurry up onto the platform. We've got work to do. Also, yes, for those that were not entirely sure. There you go. Everyone shares lively today, eh? I suppose I can't fault them, given it is a special day. I'll just leave my chocolate here before the crowd of eager chocolate givers get to you. It's about what I would expect out of Repulse meta, to be honest. I mean, it's still kind of a bit of Repulses being, she's not the type that sees herself as wanting to, or as being like that important. And I'm assuming that got amplified a little bit with meta form of her. But that is how she is. I'm actually kind of curious, what if they actually updated it yet. Actually, I'm kind of curious what standard Repulses was this year. I want to go read that one real quick. I wonder if they've updated it yet. They have. Okay, so Repulses for this year is, I don't mind making chocolate with my sis, even though I did snap at her. I mean, you got to agree that it's weird to pour your nightly glory into your chocolate. She's as grateful to you as I am, but it's like the only feeling she'll admit to. Yeah, Renown be that way. Repulse is like, so to summarize that entire quote, Repulse is basically saying she doesn't mind making chocolate with Renown, but she doesn't like how the only thing Renown ever bothers to really put into it is this whole sense of nightly glory. And she's so dense that that's the only thing she'll ever admit because she doesn't get anything else. Because it's Renown. Like, if you guys think isekai, or not isekai, harem protagonists are dense in some of those harem anime, you have not seen Renown. I still remember her line of like, well, hang on, I have to play it because I feel like it doesn't do it justice if I try to summarize it. Where are you? Am I just blind? There you are. Okay, no, I know I've done this before, but I need to do it at least. I need to do the crush line. So this is how dense she is. Renown puts black holes to shame. Yes, yes, she does. And then, of course. Don't worry, chat. She's not that dense, she says. She's not that dense, she says. How does this sound in the other voice? I kinda does this one better. Because she just seems like in this one she just seems not as emotional, whereas in this one she just seems confused. Like they're both kind of emotionless, but Ai's version adds that angle of what are you doing? Like actually confused in it. Like they're both good. It's just I adds that extra level of like genuine confusion. It's not like very noticeable, but it's a little bit there. But like, yeah, I don't know. I think I still does this one better. Yeah, I got kicked up to a degree. Yeah, so like I'm actually slightly, I'm at least happy that, you know, you still have the option to use her here. Granted, like, you can't, granted, if you have that option enabled on,
このレナンは
If you have it enabled on this one, there's no lines. So if you're ever confused why you don't hear anything from Renown, it's probably because she's on this option. You need to click this to actually hear things from her.
私の心配をするよりももっとやる価値があることはいっぱいありますよ
So that's pretty much what it was. Anyway, we can continue onwards. Rabbit to eye. I would honestly say a genuine mistake. I don't think it was really as bad as it played out to be, but more seeing stuff. I think we're on this one now. Also, hey, Sticky. I think this is the one we're at. I may need to skip if I'm wrong. Oh, still nothing. Hours later. Nobody said it'd be straightforward, but that doesn't make this less boring. Sis, Your Majesty, I'm gonna patrol the area for a bit. I'm not. Quality dubbing by me. I'm not gonna do that. I can't really do that. Newcastle, may I have seconds? Certainly, just a moment. You sure you don't want a royal maid stationed here? Must be exhausting doing everything yourselves. I don't think they minded. I think they got used to it. Well, I'm grateful for the offer. I must politely decline. We're used to our isolation and would need time to readjust to the company of others. Of course, you may feel it necessary to leave a force here in the unlikely event of an enemy attack. However, I believe Repulse and I alone are sufficient to prevent anyone from invading your branch. All that is to say, we will manage on our own. I do think it would be good for them to like figure out how to do this like message across dimensions thing, because then if they could figure that out, Renown and Repulse would have a means of communicating with everybody else across the different branches. So one of the whole things they had in Pledge is they all got like thrown or separated around, I'm pretty sure because of Tower, and the two of them were left here. The others were thrown to other branches. They eventually found themselves, or at least that initial group. I don't know how many there were in total. They just mentioned the few that were there. Because I think Fuso is still technically missing. We don't necessarily know where she is in terms of the group. We've seen all the others, I think. But if they can, what is it? If they can figure this out, then that will definitely help both the Ashes and a lot of the metas and even the Royal Navy. So it's actually kind of a good thing if this works. Granted, I don't know if this technology already exists. It doesn't seem like it does, because if it did, then I'm pretty sure these two wouldn't be stuck here. They would have found, they would have found the rest of them by now. Or at least they would have been able to, keep in touch with them and find a way to actually get reunited, instead of having to spend the rest of the time in isolation. So if this does work, that's great. If anyone could use more protection, I'd say you do during these visits, Your Majesty. If I may interject, I also strongly discourage any more trips by yourself, Your Majesty. Yes, I know. Stop pestering me about it. How absurd is it that the Queen must tiptoe around territory that rightfully belongs to the Royal Navy? Curse that bomb on Richard. I will find a way to deal with her, she says. Beep, beep. Your Majesty, did you hear that? I did. I must check the communicator at once. Good lord, we've done it. We found a potential ally already? No, settle down, Monarch. No. We managed to connect to some terminals out there, but we still can't send any information yet. But let's see. Good, the connection is stable and it doesn't seem we're being traced. We might be able to receive data. While there's much room for improvement, this is excellent for a first attempt. Yeah, one-way channel is still pretty good. Did I get implacable yet? No, I didn't have a lot of pulls to work with. I did get the one that I was the most curious about, though. Your Majesty, we should prepare to leave. What? Oh yes, it's gotten late. That will be it for today. Renown, please analyze the results of our test and conduct any necessary debugging of the equipment. Very well, Your Majesty. One more thing. An unidentified meta infiltrated our museum warehouse and left behind what presumably is beacon data. I'll send it your way. We weren't able to match these data traces to anything in our database, but you might be acquainted with this individual. They appeared in a museum? The beacon data will tell us if it's someone we know. Each meta has a unique data signature. Whoever it is, I hope you'll be able to identify them. I look forward to hearing from you. We'll see. Bob Richard, hi! Here's Bonnie! I think she's done that joke at least once by now. I don't remember where specifically. Anyway, a hearty dinner. Royal Islands Elizabeth's office. With her work for the day complete, the Queen leaned back in her comfortable chair. She leafed through a few reports on her desk, tossing finalized documents into a big pile. Beep beep. Ah, Belle, what do you have for me? Your Majesty, I have received a report regarding Vicia's movements. Their mass-produced fleet stationed at the I'm gonna butcher that, islands has evacuated, effectively leaving it and its Basilica facility deserted. Iris Libre appears unaware of this fact. Shall I contact Lady Richelieu? I think this was another one they had issues with. I think. Trying to remember. I think this was one where... I'm actually trying to remember. I think this is the one where they're just like, we don't know, but we do know. Yeah, okay. So apparently on Global, this completely blindsides everybody. But on CN, they were already monitoring this. Which this kind of makes sense because they just reported about it. No need. She'll go running over in no time. Wait a moment. Why would they even station that many mass-produced ships near the Antarctic region? Belle, tell the fleet in the region to capture the islands and investigate the Basilica at once. Find out what's inside before the tribunal gets to it. As you command, I shall see to it. Basilicas are said to represent the authority of the Irish Orthodoxy, but that's not the whole story. The island that Richelieu occupied before contained a secret weapon called the Skybound Wall. There's a chance these facilities are the Holy See's research facilities. If we... Well, okay. I don't think that was a true one, though. Because it was replicating... I think they mentioned before it replicated Ironblood technology. Anyway, if we get to it before the Tribunal does, we might be able to get a step ahead of Naval HQ and assist Richelieu in the process. Very playing ALL, but I'll stay for the lore and... Thanks, Matt. Hopefully I can at least keep you up to date on the story, which is good. But it doesn't change anything. It could be chalked up to Fog of War. Could, but there's a difference between it blindsiding them and them already being aware of it. Which, you know, it doesn't add much, but it shows that there was already activity in terms of monitoring. So we'll have to see which one, how that actually plays out in the end here. It might cause some inconsistencies later on if we notice it, but it is what it is. It's already getting late. Newcastle, we should head back now. Just bring dinner over to my bedchamber. I don't want anyone bothering me this evening. Understood. Shall I cancel your visit to the Coronation Abbey? Coronation. Oh, Westminster. Right. I was like, what? Isn't that called? Isn't it like the Westminster or something? Westminster Abbey, I think. What? I'm assuming this is the Westminster thing, because I think Westminster is actually where it handles all the coronations. That confused. I'm like, wait, what? Huh? There's still more work to do? Let me rest for half an hour first. News before bedtime. Uh-oh. Visible concern. Alrighty. A luxurious, old-fashioned carriage slowly rolled through the gates of Queen Elizabeth's castle as the sun fully submerged beneath the horizon. This music, though, what? Oh, this is just the main theme, but stylized. Okay. The carriage came to a stop, and an attending maid stepped forward to welcome the esteemed passenger. Good evening, Your Majesty. Her Majesty is fast asleep. Please take her bags while I bring her to her bedchamber. Very well, but what shall I tell Lady Warspite? She's still waiting to hear from Her Majesty. Apparently, she has an urgent report to make. That's a conundrum. I wouldn't want to wake Her Majesty. I'll speak to Lady Warspite and ask her to leave a message. I'll inform Her Majesty in the morning. Warspite? What was that about Warspite? Oh, Your Majesty, well, she's on the line for you with important business. I considered answering on your behalf and forwarding her message to you tomorrow. Shall I do that? No need. I'm awake now anyway. I can't believe she's still up at this hour. I'll talk to her myself. As you wish. Then what about the meeting with High Command tomorrow? It will go ahead as planned. Very well. Okay, so did anything of note happen while I was away? Yes, Sheffield had a report to give you, but I did not forward it to you at the time, as your connection channel was not sufficiently secure. That was the right call. Newcastle, change of plans. Tell Warspite to hang up. I'll call her myself after I've read Sheffy's report. Save my supper for later. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall bring the communicator to your office. It had already been a long day for the Queen, but it was not quite over yet. Oh, that's it. So they just left us on a cliffhanger. So something is up. That is about all, though. War Corgi or urgent message, though. So that is something. That do be something we will have to see if that is answered in this at the start of this event. So let's go ahead and check that out, I guess. Well, oh, hang on. Oh, hey, I got a Chevy. I'm surprised we're still on 2. Thought we'd be moving to 3 by now. Something is always up. Of course, something always has to be up. It's just normal. This is not where I want to be. Alright, so I need to go back to events, scroll down to the bottom, Revelations of Dust. So there are 30 chapters. Okay. So some of this won't be, now, if you wanted to read this ahead of time, you can. I believe the wiki generally tends to have the second half of the event already up. They're usually pretty good about that. So I say usually because there's a few times I've caught them off. We've caught them off early, but I will be streaming the second half tomorrow, so it's not like you're gonna have to wait a long time for me to cover it. Anyway, on to the very first part of the chapter. Wait, when did Sheffield become a meta? The start of the Battle Pass was when it was announced. Sub-Antarctic Ocean, the islands. I don't know how to say that. Also, this is a very interesting... Huh. More facilities again. Basilica Investigation Forward Team. Basilica Lighthouse Tower, which I'm assuming is right here. Have you found anything abnormal, Royal Oak? I think everything is as it should be. The real darkest timeline, the one where Sheffield responds to. Thanks for the 5. Yes, the darkest of timelines. The reason why she became a meta. That would be actually really funny if that was the case. I patrolled this area many times before, and I still can't believe how gloomy it feels. Did Vitya really have a fleet station here? That's what our intel says. However, it seems they all evacuated before we got here. Perhaps they shared your sentiment and couldn't stand the dismal conditions anymore. Maybe. At any rate, this facility is under our control now that they've abandoned it. A shame there's not a shred of valuable information to be found. We've searched every nook and cranny for the tiniest crumb, just as Implacable instructed, and all we found is a map of the building. It would make us look bad if we returned to Her Majesty empty-handed, but Her Majesty is certain beyond a doubt that there's something here. We just haven't found it yet because I'm dead weight. No, you're not, Royal Oak, stop it. You're not dead weight at all. If failing to find anything noteworthy is a crime, then I'm equally guilty of it as well. No, I can't let you be my scapegoat or it will haunt me for the rest of my life. She's another Elbing, guys. No, not another Elbing. That cannot happen. I'll search again, but twice as diligently this time. I was going to propose we search again together, but that's not what she needs to hear right now. Calm down, Royal Oak. You know everyone cares about... You know everyone cares about and respects you. If we didn't, you wouldn't have been Her Majesty's first pick as the team's flagship. The only reason Implacable is leading this operation is because you passed on that honor. But if I had accepted, I would have invariably disappointed Her Majesty. It's another Elbing. I mean, at least she's not like, you know, wishing the opposite of something. So the good. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the better, which one is the better of the you know, the lesser of the two. One is kind of like, Elbing's whole thing is like, she's pessimistic, but she's being pessimistic to be optimistic. It's a very weird kind of like, I really don't even know what to call that. What do you call that? It's not hypocritical. What is that? What do you call that? Pessimistic optimism? I'm so confused on that. Is it reverse psychology? Is that simply all that is? Contrarian? Maybe? But she always assumes the worst, so that way the best happens. That's really... I guess reverse psychology works. Royal Oak was a cursed ship historically. Oh, really? Also, Dar, thanks for the 10. I did not know that. She do seem kind of sad, though. Because I'm slow and have no stamina or grace, and worst of all, terrible luck. Well, I mean, you probably have more luck than the PRs, but let's not go there. Please don't berate yourself like that. Meanwhile, this one's just being... She's being a good girl, too. As Her Majesty said, there has to be something in this Basilica, otherwise they wouldn't have had forces stationed to protect it. I promise you we will find it. We just have to keep looking for... Wait, what? Royal Oak, did you notice any strange movement? Something just tripped an alarm. Uh-oh. Huh, wait. That wasn't a stray bullet? Something's moving? Wait, what? Why would there be a stray... What? I mean, even if it was a stray bullet, I still think that would be a cause for concern, wouldn't it? Stay calm and report the situation. Panicking will only make things worse. I'm fine. I just heard what sounded like footsteps. It couldn't have been a ghost, right? You should silently pull her into a hug. You know I might do that. Vinicius. Thanks for the 2, by the way. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if a ghost took up residence in a dreary place like this. So it was a ghost? No, Royal, it's not. No, forgive me. I only meant it as a joke. Hang on. I'll start up the security cameras. Let's see. You're over by... There. I've got it. Next thing you know, she'll be receiving a voice call about how to do her job. Now to find the feed for the room you're in. That's strange. It seems to be offline. Oh, no. Oh, I'll check it myself. Just give me a minute. That should do it. Argus, is the alarm still sounding? Not anymore. However, the security camera remains unresponsive. You mean this? Let me have a look at it. Cough, cough. Looks like the cable has been cut. Judging by all this dust, it seems it's been left like this for a long time. So that room just has no feed for some intentional reason. How long has it been like this? Whoever was in charge of this place before was too inattentive. Or just... Oh, maybe that was intentional. Maybe. Do you think the alarm was a false positive too? It wouldn't surprise me. Some of the oldest records of this island date back to the naval holiday period. A false alarm doesn't explain the footsteps you heard, though. You're her. Whoops. Oops. Your. Gasp. This is Royal Oak of the Royal Navy. Show yourself. Huh? Did you encounter an enemy? Not exactly. I just thought someone might come out if I yelled. I see. Also, I think I should do a more thorough system inspection. We might find something new. If I remember the phrase right, it should be something like, I'm scared. Basilica system, initiate a full facility self-diagnostic. Oh, okay, never mind. Orders received, initiating full facility self-diagnostic. Time remaining, 60,000 minutes. Oh! It worked, but 60,000 minutes! How long is that a day is good question. It's 1,000 hours. Oh no. Is that like 40? 41, 42 days, I think. Hang on. 96. 4 and 0. Yeah, it's about that. Little over half of 41 days. So 41 and a half, like 41. I don't know the actual number. It's a lot of, it's a considerable time. Is it Windows 98 or something? You know what? It might be worse. 60,000 minutes. We'll be here for an eternity. That's a month-ish, in a week, in some time. That's how it is when you're dealing with a facility this old. Hang on, there's a sysadmin message on the screen. System override in the case of an emergency grants administrator privileges, thus activating the facility's defenses. Okay, I've got an idea. I'll log us both as admins and briefly enable the Basilica's automated defense. That sounds like a really bad idea. This way, we'll immediately know when anyone comes or goes. Wonderful. If it can deal with intruders as well, we'll be safe until the rest of the team arrives. Hey, have you considered the fact that you might be intruders? Have you considered the possibility that you could be seen as intruders, so activating the security system is just gonna turn it on yourselves? I'll give it the order now. There's a reason why when you do anything like a sudo command in Linux, some people usually say, you are using sudo. You need to understand that this is a very, very, very dangerous thing. And like they give you like the 5-year-old talk about using sudo. I'll give it the order now. Orders received. Entering emergency defensive mode. Powering up production center. Wait, what? Well, Oak, it seems we have a problem in the production center. Yes, I can see it over here as well. A lot of devices are spitting out error messages. It's getting worse. Oh goodness, what do we do? One thing after the next is failing. Error. Failed to initialize emergency defense mode. Failed to initialize recovery program. Retrying. Failed. Retrying. Failed. Warning. Significant data corruption. Please reconnect to system host. Something has gone terribly wrong here. Let's try to update my admin privileges. What the? I can't. It says I need higher clearance. But that's impossible. What could possibly be higher than sysadmin? Royal Oak, we have a problem. Get out of there and regroup with me. Can't. You. Too many. Ambush. Fighting. Royal Oak, do you hear me? What's happening over there? Our comms are being jammed. Don't tell me we're in a mirror sea. Uh-oh. On a remote island in the frigid Antarctic waters, a number of Irish Orthodoxy basilicas stood like beacons of faith. Yet beneath the veneer of pious glory flow whispers of intrigue and technology untold. While all eyes are on the World Expo, an investigation fleet suddenly arrives at the distant island. What began as simple orders from the Queen would soon capture the interest of sinister eyes. Oh no. Sinister eyes. Chat proceeds to spam the eyes emoji. You died. No, it wouldn't be you defied, it'd be you died, it'd be you defeat. You defeat. Naval holiday was a period in 1920s when no one was building world ships. Ah. I would not have gotten that. Alright, as per usual, I always do it. I'll start on hard. I've got a bad feeling. Alright, so. Joffrey? Hello. My chat right now, this is funny to look at. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. I wish I could just turn this on right now. So they want a CVL, they want a CL, they want CLDD, and that's it. That's pretty lenient, or pretty lax restrictions for hard mode. Firepower and evasion at 350. That could be. Well, if you have a full fleet, that's fine. If you're doing small fleets, like there's really no reason to really anymore. I guess unless you really want to control how much. You don't usually do that. Why did you do that? Okay. Opens up bottle of ginger ale, fizzes like crazy. What? See, Matt, it's sort of useful given oil cap isn't a thing. I used to, like... What is it? I don't think I've ever... Like, I've done a few 1-1s. Are the YouTube sounds on? Are they? I don't know. It might be a problem I've been having. Let me see if I can figure out why. If I missed a donation, it makes sense because the audio just stopped. Oh, wait, you know what? I probably just muted it. Where is... There you are. Did I mute you? Yeah, I muted it. That's why. Yeah, I muted both of them. Let me test it real quick and make sure it's working, right? Ginger ale, nice. Yeah, I like it every now and then. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I still will drink it. So, that is what it is. This music does sound pretty good, though. I should be able to... I'm gonna make sure that the audio is working now, because I know I changed my audio systems, and if one thing breaks, it could mean literally anything. So, give me like 2 seconds to test it again. I'm not gonna say that someone needs to donate for me to test it. I'd rather people do that only if they want to. So I will test it on my own. Do not worry about that. Alright, so someone's gonna get their thing reset here. So let's see if this is working. Alright, that's working. Okay, they're both working now. Buy Skim Cat Cookie. Severed, please. That's not what I meant. Okay, so they are working. Now that I've realized it. Dr. Pepper runs in my veins instead of blood, probably. Dr. Pepper is not bad. I actually do like that one. Alright. Should we stick to Royal Navy because Royal Navy? Which would mean, I mean, I don't know if I have all that. I have a good number of carriers, but they're usually the healers. $1.69. Nice. Alright, let's see. What are our options for carrier? I really should look into some of the other carrier. Where's Indomitable Honor skills, though? Well, okay. I think I see the carrier I need to be using. We could just bring the thickest of backlines and just use 3 illustrious class. The thickest of backlines. Alright. God, this one's still adorable. Baguette fleet. I would like to use the French because I'm actually still finished. I got like 10% left on, what's her name? Breast before I really can unlock her. But I'd rather wait till the D chapters before I do it. Happy Littorio knows this. You're not wrong. That's the funny thing. The heavy backline. Lumbering backline. I don't think I've actually used all three of them. Though it wouldn't be bad. Well, it probably would be a little bit because I need a strong... the Vanguard's have to protect them. I should probably be using this certain pink-haired girl at some point, too. The question is, who flagship, though? Should we just make it be safe and make it formidable, or should we just go ahead and let... No, let's let... It's level 70s. Let's let Indomitable have it. So that way she gets the flagship XP bonus, because she's the one that needs it the most. All right, we're doing the Littorio Dream scenario, or I don't. You can pick a clever name like the. I wouldn't say lumbering backline because I feel like you'd probably have your life very, very swiftly ended by a certain one of them. I'm actually kind of curious what how popular all of them are. You know what? Come here, you. I want to power level her. Let's have fun with this. I don't feel any shame for this at all. Oh, I have no money. Dang it! I can only get her to 80, I think, with that. I'm poor. I need to at least get her to Limit Break 2 to get her to at least have her pretty useful. Limit Break 1's fine, but Limit Break 2 is kind of what I need. Cause that's when like most of the Vanguard's full power is at. I'll burn the oil, it's fine, whatever. Not like I'm sitting on so much of it. I mean, like, it's not like I'm hurting that badly on it when you consider the fact that I'm sitting here with... Where is it? This. 18 of these, which equivalents to 1,000 oil. So it's not like I'm hurting on oil. I just haven't used those yet, because I haven't had a... Well, I almost used them. I was thinking about it, but I was like, I've got a good number of those. Pledge, the planes from Pledge. I'm going to the gym. Good luck. Alright, see ya. Have a good one. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're just gonna go ahead and snag these. This one, and I need one more probably at the bare minimum. Oh, I can't hold any more oil. I'm that hot. Oh, come on. Dang it. I probably have enough for the 3K though. Yeah, we're good. That should be all I need. Okay, you guys were also saying she's yabe. Should I be worried? Let's see here. I mean... Is that you having an ego, or... Because by default, you automatically lose because you're not head maid. I'm not sure whether that was that's an ego or something. Her special touch is rather lame. Or tame, not lame. Where could the L there? Seems pretty normal so far. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. There was the first warning sign. Oh no. Oh no. It's Akagi as a maid. Chat. It's Akagi as a maid.
いかがなさいますか？シラにできることなら何なりとお申し付けください。
Or Tai. I guess. Well, I don't know. That line gave me more of an Akagi vibe than a Taiho vibe.
いかがなさいますか？
All right, let's see. All right, I'll do this one for chat
メ
there.
イドはすべてをご主人様に捧げるもの。ご主人様はお好きなようにすればいいですよ。
I expected worse, but that's what it is, I guess.
シラへのご褒美ですか？
That's a cute smile, though.
強烈至極です。
I feel like I should be worried. I'm not. I don't know.
まだ終わっていない任務があるのですか？ダメですね。
This is not Daido with confidence. This is Daido, but also with a mix of with a drop of Akagi in her.
任務が完了しました。
This is literally no. It's actually not. I wouldn't even say it's It's Daido.
交渉に値しますね。ご主人様宛てのメールを忘れていませんか？
Oh, she's the playful type
忘れ
too.
っぽいようですこと。でも大丈夫ですよ。シラがもうお持ちしましたから。ご安心ください。
I see why people get the sadist ideas from her.
シラもご主人様にご奉仕する準備はできております。してご命令を伺っても。
Daido is possessed. Daido Muse is, but when you actually have normal Daido, she's not that possessive. She just doesn't want you to abandon her. That's it. That's literally all it is she doesn't want you to abandon her. She's not possessive. She just wants you to not, like, discard her or throw her away. It's different from, like, Taiho, who wants you to be, like, wants all of your focus to be on her. That's kind of a needy possessiveness kind of thing. This isn't her so far. Or actually, that's not Daido, sorry. Daido is just not wanting you to not, like, make her feel like she doesn't exist. That's it.
いつでもどこでもハゼさんじてくれる優れたロイヤルメイドにしてシラの友人カリブディス。ご主人様はシラと彼女ならどちらをお選びになり
I
ま
mean,
すか？
Trudis is kind of cute, though.
ただ言ってみただけですよ。気にしないでくださいませ。
I'm not sure how to feel about that sentence.
委託が完了したようですね。ご主人様、戻ってきた仲間たちの出迎えを忘れていませんか？ええ、ならよかったです。
This
お出かけの準備はもうできていますよ。シラへのごひいきに感謝申し上げます。ご主人様。
there's hints to it,
ご自身の指揮を信じて。
but so far I'm not seeing it. I mean, there was a little bit of a red flag, but it's nothing too.
シラからも喜び申し上げます。ご主人様。
So people were saying it was this line, huh?
敗北した時のご主人様の顔はこういうものなのですね。
I see now why there's the sadist claims. I can see the sadism claim. I can see that.
敗北した時の
That is a
ご主人様
yabe
の顔
line.
はこういうものなのですね。
I understand. Also, that is kind of a bit of an Akagi thing. Also, I like how she just falls backwards. She's just like, ugh.
逃げないでくださいね。心配はいりません、ご主人様。絶対におそばに戻りますから。
So, dies from cringe. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna be using her today, so her affection will go up. I don't know if it's gonna go up that much, but we can at least see it will at least get somewhere. Let me read her kit real quick before we dive in and I miss a skill. Done this every time. All right, so she's Daido class, which immediately tells me high AA, not so great firepower. Sometimes can have decent health, but usually there's some kind of a buffing internally here. Every time this ship fires her main guns, increase this ship's firepower and AA by 5% up to 30% max. When this buff reaches maximum stack, increases AA by 25% for your Vanguard ship with the lowest AA stat than this ship until the battle. Oh, with lower. Oh, so if she has the highest AA, she raises both of the ships by 25%. But if one of them beats her, it's only one of them. Or if both of them beat her, no one gets this. Also, how pathetic. I don't know how to feel about that. Alright. Sky's Embrace. When the battle starts, if there are other ships in your Vanguard, increase the ship's torpedo and evasion by 20%. When this ship fires her torpedoes, level 10 barrage damage based on skill level. Enemies hit by the barrage take 6% increased aircraft damage for 6 seconds. Ah, that's interesting. Oh, I mean, it's not amazing, but it's still something. When 6 enemy aircraft have been shot down within your Vanguard's anti-air gun range, while this ship is afloat, your CVs and CVLs take 15% less damage. Oh! That is a weird combination of carrier escort and the aircraft buff. So they take you make them. That's a fusion of those two skills. Granted, I think it's weaker, but it's a fusion. Which one is that? That's air raid assistance and what is that? Air raid assistance and carrier escort, right? That's interesting. That was the only one on that, right? Okay. So she would prefer a faster firing main gun is what I'm seeing here. I mean, if you wanted to make it easy, you could throw the 7.6 or one of the other faster firing guns on here. And she's a CL that equips DD, so DD generally is recommended. Yeah, this doesn't seem too bad. I'm using triple carrier, so I might as well just use Dido class on this one then, because I've got 3 carriers. It's like I might as well do that. Should I just go with the fast firing main gun then? I mean, where's the, it'd be what, this thing? If I wanted to go at least somewhat middle ground. Because obviously the 7.6 is the quickest firing weapon, but this thing is gonna at least do something. Sounds like a skill Ajax would have. Really? Oh, like the name? Yeah, I could see that. I don't usually care about the torpedoes. Actually, I should probably, well, she's not fully leveled, so might be easier just to use. That's like one of the slowest eating guns. Is it? Hold up, it's 1.5. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. What is a faster one then? Faster, is it? No, that's slower. That's barely. That's barely faster. What's this? That's the same. Can you sort by rate of fire? I've never really sorted in the gun menu. Speed? Is that what that would be? No. Okay. What, instead of speed, reload? There's no ROF unless I'm missing something. BD main gun, ammo. It doesn't matter. Can I use stat here? Yeah, that doesn't. That's just the stat boost. Like if it was like, for example, this, I think that's gonna show something. Yeah, it'll show the firepower bonus. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's what this actually is. So that's not what I want. Problem is, there's nothing I can go further there. What is oh, like SAP. And whatever other ammo types there are, if there are any. Yeah, there's no way to really sort by that. 114, where even is 114? Oh, this thing? It's on M, yeah, sure, with it. And this is actually a decent gun from what I've seen. Normal, so it's better against lights, which is fine in PvE. No, Shiro, why do you have these equipped? You know what, I'm not gonna ask. What is your efficiency right now? 130, limit break, final one gives main gun efficiency. Plus 10 probably. 15, okay. Is that it? That is it. Okay, so what you see on her torpedo efficiency is what you get. This gets to 135, which is actually not bad. 130 though, not great. But it's what I kind of expect out of the Dido class. They're not really damage type girls. They're more supporter types. Honestly, I don't want to move too much equipment around because I'm gonna have to go fix all that. Is that being lazy? I'm not using the Germans here, so I might actually do that. You know what? We'll do that for now. This is going to be a case of I'm slapping whatever golds I have and calling it a day. So I don't know if that's her best, if that's the best AA gun for her. I mean, it is that gun, so it's pretty good regardless. But I'm gonna at least just stick with that one for now. San Fran's not in play. Yeah, I imagine this like that's the thing is like even though this main, I don't know if this is the best gun for her. But, I mean, it's this gun, so this gun ultimately is, like, best in slot for most characters, so I imagine it's fine. Put a boiler on her, I don't know. It's to make the Royal Navy fans. Alright, so here's the real question. If I'm gonna go all out on CLs, and even the Dido class, which Dido? I feel like I have to bring Dido because Dido buffs everybody. Because we have a good number of Dido class if I recall correctly. We need the OG Dido if we're gonna do this. Bellona or Bellona. I don't know if I said her name right. Serious for CE buff. I mean, you guys are making it sound like I just need to use the OG pairing here. Charybdis, I should probably level her. Where even is she? Oh, she's sitting at... Oh, she's in... I can't use her right now because of that. I could throw her off of the commission, but I'd rather not. What'd I miss? Not too much. We went through some initial starting lore. I'm just going to bring these two. Because Dido's going to help the front line be a bit more heavy hitting, and then Sirius is going to buff everybody. This team's probably going to be overpowered for what it is anyway, because it's a level 70 average. And they're... This is probably like a level 100. 105 average. Probably not you in front though. How was your pulls? I got her and the elite girl. That's about it. All right, so let's have fun. What happens if I hit this? Ah, yes. I see. Wow, it's all Sakura Empire on the Vanguard though. Also, total firepower needs to be above 700. 3,000. Ah, yes. Power. EB odd choice there. No, it's sorting by... It's going by power. And for the memes, I need to take CL and Royal Navy off. We'll bring the one and only Davy Jones. Not really, but... Alright, who do... Let's clear this at least. Let's see. I'm gonna stick to Royal Navy, even on the boss fleet. We could just make this incredibly powerful boss fleet, though. My Vanguard could use some leveling. Because I have not really bothered to work with her. I don't touch Royal Navy backline as much as I used to. Granted, I still do bring in like Monarch and Warspite, but I haven't really touched other people in this yet. And don't make me use Erebus of Terror, because I'm gonna want to use Nagato. Bring the shark. You guys want me to bring the blob of garlic? Well, I kind of feel like if we're going to be lore accurate, Warspite needs to be here, because I think Warspite's in, maybe, it seems like she's in charge. I do have the hood module, yes. bring repulse. Could do that. I could do KGV class run for the fun of it. But people are probably gonna, well, Prince of Wales isn't gonna benefit here, so I think I already know what KGV it would be anyway. I'm looking at all three of them. And before people start making puns with one of their names again. Monarch plus Vanguard. Oh, that's a good point. Worst bite, Monarch, Vanguard. You know what? Yeah. That's lore accurate. So far. I have not used Vanguard enough to know. She does not need flagship, does she? Oh, I just have to make sure. Oh, well, this will help in the Vanguard. This will help them. Hey, remember when this was a move too cringeworthy to name? I kind of missed that, not gonna lie. There's no other rules I need to pay attention to here. I'm just making sure, because I have not used her enough to know all of her rules. So nothing special there. Yeah, that looks fine. It was funny. It was! I really liked it, too. You know what? I'm gonna make her the girl that carries the HE. I'll let the other two have AP, because that's generally what they're gonna work with. Friedrich's not in play right now. Arizona is not in play. I know the other two should be equipped because I used them in OpSci. Just take it off JB. Monarch. Okay. I'll just take off Champagne. You might want to have Vanguard fire first. Okay. In that case, I got a free +10 standard fire control radar for her. Monarch's still angry. Okay, let's see. You are 19.91, 20.37. Yeah, you're going first. That was so cringy. This is overdoing it. No, this is just how it is. This is you guys. For people who are new here, this is just how. Oh man, we gotta bring. Who do we bring for this though? Blessed Vanguard in her cringe. Of course. She is a dork. It's great. I've not given Drake any time in this. Let Drake have fun, because I've not used Drake yet. Cheshire could also play too. Should I just say rip my oil and bring all? Do I have enough PRs to fill this? Neptune? Yeah, Neptune, Drake, Cheshire. That's a lot. Anything embarrassing has turned to cringe. I mean, it kind of has at this point. Too expensive. Rip oil. You mean my average day? This story is a guide on how not to write one. For max oil guzzing. I don't have Plymouth, like... Yeah. She's not really... I have not focused on PR5 in terms of blueprints. I'm finishing up 4. Yeah, you know what, Drake, I haven't actually let... This will be her debut fighting, because I've actually not used her yet in combat. You hate it, oof. Alright, chat, Jervis or Neptune? I'm going, like... Otherwise, it's CACACL, and that's very heavy. Which means boilers and beaver badge. Nep, get the medic. Jervis and make her the tank. Oh yeah, she wants that, doesn't she? Looks like Nep is winning, though, so we're probably gonna have to let Nep play. Well, other Nep. Nep, but other Nep. Alright. So by default, Drake must get her gun. I don't remember if there's anything special about the torpedoes. I just remember, I think I've got her Fate Sim already. I think. Yeah, her Fate Sim's done, so I can put her as back rear tank even if I wanted. Not anime now. Well, I mean, it's funny because the voice actor is Noir from the that particular series. I'm just probably gonna slap one of these golds on her and just leave it be. I usually reserve the shinies for the other characters. The shinies go to the characters that really like torpedoes. Okay, so I need boiler and... Should I just give her more dodge? Because dodge? Yes. Who has beaver? Baltimore does. Come here. There. Oh, I can get Cheshi to love on this. I have not worked on her skills. Oof. Forgot about how stupid this emote is. This skill icon is so goofy. I think this is she just wants AA. Or she's good for AA. I don't think she has anything special to her that way though, aside from just torpedo stuff. Okay. Increased torpedo damage though. Even though she only has 184 torpedo. That's an F. Okay, I'm just gonna put gear on her and not really care too much about it, so if people get upset about it, I'm not really gonna care. You know what, since she gets damage, I want to make sure those hit, so why not? The Malin isn't being used right now. And we have Cheshire. No. Face, though. God, that's the wrong choice. Ray! That's... Don't know why I did that. I did not recognize that character for a second. I mean, do I just want to full commit and try to get her to do as much torpedo damage as possible? Does that seem like a necessity? Is this Drake? Who is this? Oh, never mind. I don't recognize this portrait yet. You can take that off, Helena. It's fine. Oh, shoot. That's the only thing I have to remember is I have to switch categories. Okay. And then you want AP, if I remember correctly. Yes. What is the better AP? Is there a better AP gun than... This is HE, isn't it? Yeah, that's HE. You're AP. I think this is still the go-to AP gun, isn't it? Or am I missing a gun that I don't have yet? I probably don't. That's small spike though. I know, I love this skin so much. Musashi. I'm just gonna put this on her. Plymouth gun. Oh yeah, I guess that is true. It's seal gun. This is technically her gun, isn't it? I didn't miss the stream this time. Like, that's technically her gun I'm looking at, isn't it? You know, I can't level it because I don't have money. San Fran, I'm stealing this. You missed Plymouth gun. No worries. I don't have Plymouth gun, so I guess I don't have to worry about that. I'm just gonna slap on more boilers because we do be a pretty heavy squad on the front. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, that team should be set. I think that's all Vanguard. That's backline. I think we're good. No, I'm not. You're not set. You are not at all set. Where's your setup again? Oh, your illustrious setup too. Should we just give her rockets? Should we give her the funny rocket? I could just double up on those rockets too. I think these are pretty decent. No, I'm gonna do that. I'll make her the rocket girl. We'll make her the rockets. Since it's not in play, you can have this because I think you girls are gonna be mob. I think Wyvern, that's their specialty. Hornet's not in play, so we'll yoink these off Hornet. I don't need to change you. I've let you that way for a while. Okay, you're gonna be the other. Where's? I'm gonna take Kaga's pirate. And you know what? You get the other Wyvern. I've never had two Wyverns on one team before. I don't know if I should be worried. What's scarier than one Wyvern? Two of them. What's scarier than two of them? Three of them. Alright, that should be the whole team there. Vanguard is not set. Because I've not actually used Dido and Cirrus in a while. I don't know why I keep confusing them for Belfast with like, oh, they need H8. No, no, they don't. Pat. And 4 is scarier than that. Oh yeah, you could technically get that. What is the maximum number of Wyverns you can have in a fleet? You would need like the double torpedo bomber carriers. I don't think there's any God, that'd be terrifying. Is there any way? Dido has 2. There's no Queen. We don't have Queen Elizabeth here. We could technically have done that, but we're not. We're doing 3 carriers here instead. So Dido Zarya is gonna, not Dido Zarya, it's Cirrus that's gonna be doing this. This is just her buffing her teammates, or her fellow Vanguard members. I might just honestly slap on a bunch of these twin 127s and call it a day there. Nah, we'll just steal these guns. I don't think it really matters that much. I'll optimize them as best as I can, I guess. Without stealing too many people's equipments. Do they actually hard cap people with Wyverns? I mean, yes and no. It's not like they're gonna limit how many of them you can bring. It's more of you're limited because of the loadouts of characters. I don't think necessarily you can have more than 2 on a ship, unless I'm wrong. Well, maybe. Is that possible? Is 3 wyverns possible on a character? I don't know all the carrier loadouts. I know they vary. I don't know if there's any that allow triple dive bomber though. I know there's some that are just like, hey, you can put an aircraft here, it doesn't matter. That would be terrifying. Or what is it? What's the dive bomber? I forget what's called. Shoot. What's the dive bomber, chat? Or is it the fighter? I don't actually know which one it is. The Tenra, yeah, the PR4 one. Should we just brace AA further? No, we don't. I think we need that much AA. Let's just focus on being dodgy. But that's like what I mean is like if you could manage a triple rainbow of either of them, that'd be scary. Would that make enough of a difference that it would like immediately shoot that character up to a really high tier because they'd just be like, you want damage? Here you go. You're already set up. I'm just gonna slap the same gun on you too because you can. And that's why Sirius gets bonked on a daily basis. Are you more interested in carnal knowledge? Meanwhile, the comments section. That knowledge teach me. That is why she gets bonked. 3 of any plane slot would be OP. It could be, yeah. I mean, I guess it would depend on which one is the most desired of them for that situation. Because like, what's the 10 Rhino Wyvern? It just comes down to which ones you're gonna need the most, and if you even have those plans. She likes. I don't like that anymore. Never mind. All right, we should be done. Look how much XP I've got banked. That's not. Well, that's not a lot, but still something. Oh yeah, I forgot I was leveling these two together, so their XP pools are relatively similar. I used Sirius before Dido a little bit though, because I had not really worked with Dido. Okay, this is easy. This is just gonna be you guys. Oh gosh, the amount of aviation they have. I forget how much aviation they get from them. And this is Royal Navy, so they're getting the full benefit of them here. She needs a cat, but there's no cats that work for her. Sadly. Alright, now we can continue on. All that time for just that. This team is probably going to be the team for the rest of the stream, by the way. Anyway, vicinity of the islands. Early dawn. Pardon for disrupting you this late, Lady in Blackable, but there is an urgent message from the island's patrol fleet. Message at this hour? Alright, give me a minute or two to wake up. Yeah, she's gotta slap herself awake. Sometime later. Okay, I'm ready, Skyla. Skyla? Skyla? I don't know how to say. I never know how to say the SCY. My assumption would be like Sky. Or Psy? I think it's Scyther now. Celia. Okay, Celia. It's Celtic Sea. I don't know what that means. Oh wait, no. Is it Celtic or I don't know. I think Celtic when I see that. That's just how I'm gonna say that. I probably just butchered it. Oh well. Welcome to a stream where I butcher names. When's that not the thing that happens? So what's this about an urgent message? Scyther is a Pokemon, sir. I know, it's like the only generation of Pokemon I know. You said it's from the Patrol Free, not Argus or Royal Oak. Correct, the fleet is reporting unusual sightings around the Basilica Island. Apparently, all contact with the island was suddenly lost last night. Everyone in the area promptly evacuated to relay this information. All contact was lost just like that? I fear for the worst. Show me the timeline. Well! About the timeline! 2100 hours, patrol fleets attempts scheduled contact with Argus. It was discovered the signal was being jammed. Recon aircraft were sent out, but vanished without a trace. 2135 received an SOS signal from the Basilica Island. 2145, patrol fleet flanked by unidentified enemy approaching from the Basilica Island's direction. Patrol fleet immediately retreats. Yes, following emergency protocols, they contacted us as soon as they could. The message prior to this arrived on time and reported nothing unusual. It was only after that the unusual activity began. In other words, something happened in the span of those few hours. Since you got the news first, what action have you taken? I have attempted to radio the advanced team, but it failed due to the jamming. I'm sorry that I failed to anticipate any of this, Lady Intellectual. Don't be. Her Majesty warned us to expect the unexpected with that Basilica. It was practically a given that something would go awry during this investigation. What shall we do now? Begin a rescue mission? Of course. They require our assistance. Understood. I shall contact the patrol fleet and let them know. One moment. Silence. Celia. I'm gonna try to remember that. I'd like to ask you something. Who do you think is behind this? We'll learn soon enough, but I want to hear your guess. What exactly do you want me to guess, Lady Implacable? Who our enemy is? That's quite the loaded question. Among the Sirens, the Meta, and the factions we are not exactly on great terms with, there are many potential suspects. Let's start with Vicia. Do you think they're trying to take the Basilica back? They did a full evacuation! Why would they do that? It just seems dumb to fully abandon something if you wanted it back. If you wanted it... if you wanted to keep control of it, why would you fully evacuate it? That doesn't make sense. Thought you'd be farther than here. Yeah, I was spending a lot of time talking about ship girls, and we actually went through her dialogue lines and got terrified a little bit. We have the Templar Knights under strict surveillance. If they were involved, we already would know. Wait, why did they freak out about the abandoned... Eh? It would be next to impossible for them to amass an attack force completely unbeknownst to Her Majesty. Okay. That's odd. I feel like they just contradicted themselves there, but it's fine. She's just like, wait, why are they leaving? I know, but still. Furthermore, Vitch's High Command withdrew the fleet they had here. Why would they abandon the islands in the first place if they want to recapture them? Makes sense. What about Ironblood? Without a doubt, Ironblood is elevating over the prospect of getting their hands on technological relics lying inside the Basilica. The question is, would they seek to destroy the relics before they can fall into anyone else's hands? I don't think so. I also find that to be highly improbable. Ever since their rebellion at Scapa Flow, Ironblood has been kept under close supervision by the Naval HQ. They need allies now more than ever, which may be why they're shown more cordiality. I can never say that word for some reason. I know it's supposed to be like cordial, but yeah. Unwillingness to cooperate both with Her Majesty and with the commander. I'm pretty sure the commander wouldn't have cared it regardless. He would have probably preferred that they wouldn't do anything, but that's just the commander. Since Bismarck took over, they have not shown any signs of aggression. And given their uncertain circumstances, I cannot fathom any reason they would have to change that. Even if they were aiming to pull the wool over the Naval HQ's eyes again, I doubt they would fall for the same trick twice. You're assuming that they're smart. Next, there's the Sakura Empire as well, but let's be realistic. Right, they're on the other side of the world. By process of elimination, it seems highly likely that either the Sirens or a hostile meta group are behind this, or Marco Polo, who is currently absent, but they don't know that. If it is the sirens taking care of them, should prove simple enough. I'd also like to add that betrayal from one of our allies is nigh impossible if Iris Libre wanted the Basilica, a diplomatic approach would be the only option. As for the Eagle Union, they'd be first to know if we got our hands on something valuable. Even assuming they were interested in attacking us, a wait-and-see approach would have been more sound. Also, I don't think the Eagle Union would attack an ally. But I don't know. Well summarized. Finally, what of the Sardinian Empire? Are you testing me, Lady Implacable? So you've noticed. I can tell you've done your homework thoroughly. Hardly, as your adjutant for this operation. I am simply doing what would be normally expected of me. Hopefully my answers have satisfied you. More than satisfied. In fact, I'm now confident I have the most capable royal maid aiding me on this mission. Please don't take this the wrong way. This is the first time the two of us are working together on a potentially dangerous mission, so it's only natural to feel out each other a bit first, yes? Of course, Lady Implacable. Speaking of Sardinia, I assume you're already aware that a number of exhibition items were stolen from both the World Expo site as well as our own repositories. The Union aren't allies. The Eagle Union to the Royal Navy? Their naval HQ works together. Like, Naval HQ is the two of them. That's why it's really odd. That would make absolutely no sense to me. No, the Northern Union. Wait, did I misread it? No, I said Eagle Union. Northern Union. No, it's Northern Parliament, guys. Not. It's Northern Parliament, not Northern Union. It's Northern Parliament, not Union. No wonder that confused me for some reason. Yes, and the culprits behind the incident were tracked back to separate groups. Sirens in the case of World Expo, and an unknown meta in our own case. I think we already know who this is, though. Or at least, I think we could probably infer who this is. Indeed, we were warned of potentially hostile meta factions, and this may be evidence of just that. Should I contact the Eagle Union and request backup just in case? No need. Her Majesty doesn't want to draw too much attention to this investigation. It's why our team is small to begin with, and why the patrol fleets are under instructions to avoid direct engagements. Besides, even if we're dealing with a meta group, we should be able to hold our own ground without the Eagle Union. Technically, you shouldn't be able to, but I guess if we're going to go by actual game mechanics, yeah, maybe. Metas are supposed to be rivaling the power of the Arbiters. Supposedly. We won't call for outside help unless absolutely necessary. In any case, Hero will be here soon. Oh no. You go on ahead and report the situation to Her Majesty first. Or you go ahead and I'll report the situation to Her Majesty first. As you say, I'll see you soon, Lady Black. Let's ensure this mission is a success. This is Patrick meta. Is mayonnaise a meta? No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not a meta. Mustard is not a man. I don't want to finish that sentence. Anyway, investigation primary team. Yo, investigation team, can you hear me? Alright, let's try that again. Ahem, this is Hero of the Royal Navy. Investigation team, Argus, Royal Oak, do you hear me? Oh, it's not doing anything. Is this thing broken or what? We ensured that it was working properly before we left, Hero. I presume it's not working due to the jamming in this ocean region. Which would mean that we're inside the anomaly reported by the island's patrol fleet. Yet we haven't found any sign of Argus' SOS signal yet. I can't help but fear the worst. Maybe it's not even her signal. It's not yet time to worry. Our Royal Knights wouldn't fold that easily. She may have low self-esteem, but she's no weakling. I bet she ran into some stroke of bad luck, like usual. Either way, we can only hope for her safety now. Shall we disembark on the island right away? We wouldn't want to fall victim to whatever befell them. First, we should ensure that the island's surroundings are safe. I'll lead the way. Please be careful. Vicinity of the islands. Vicinity there. May the Iris's blessings be upon you, huh? Odd. There are no signs of either foe or fighting. We have a general grasp of this island's layout, but it seems we won't find Argus and the others unless we go in. For real? Dungeons are cool and all, but I don't want to marathon 4 in a row. Oh, right. That took me a second. I was like, wait, what? I mean, I could just blow those buildings up and make everyone run out screaming. Way more efficient. Yes, a destroyer will level a building. If they have any kind of defense system, you probably won't be that effective. Not to mention, your torpedoes can't hit something on land without you probably hurting yourself in the process. Hero looks like if Hipper and Glow were at it. Oh no! More efficient. So yeah, where should we disembark? The lighthouse tower to the southwest should do. Royal Oak and Argus focused their investigation there as well. Very well. They did mention that they found the island's control center there in their final report after all. Why would they place such important infrastructure along the coast inside a lighthouse instead of the heart of their facilities? Could it be that one of the coasts is a ruse while the real one is somewhere else? Or there might be more than meets the eye to the Basilica, and it might not be safe. It might be safe to locate it there. Reasonable theory. We'll begin by searching the lighthouse where the team last reported from. Huh? Come on, you're not gonna consider my idea? I have good ideas too. How about you sidekicks stop ignoring the protagonist here, huh? Chat be like, they the sidekicks, huh? Oh, the protagonist, you say? Naturally, that means you'll do the lion's share of the work, yes? Yeah, exactly. So stop ignoring me. Oh, I'm very sorry. So very sorry. As an apology, I shall let you lead the way then. Now you get it. You're about to see how a hero does dungeon crawling. I kind of feel like they all kind of got egos, to be honest. They all kind of got egos. But maybe the nun less so, or implacable less so, but the other two, I could definitely sense that. Alfredo, but more ego. Alright, well, let's see just how overkill this was. Because, haha, funny. Well, I didn't see that. Hold up. The Basilica's control device is inoperable. Barrages will appear during battle, inflicting damage to all targets in proportion to their max HP. So it just hits everybody. It's indiscriminate. Proportional to their HP. How damaging is that? Whoop. Whoa! I was not ready for that. Oh, look at her ship class. I didn't look at it. I was just like, whoa, giant shockwave there. All right, this should be a carrier. That is a light cruiser designation. Look! That gets me every time. Also, didn't it said look like it said machination? Did that say Joffrey machination? No, I haven't gotten anything. I haven't been able to do any other polls yet. Mechanicus pawn. Close enough. Mechanicus pawn. Okay, that's interesting. Jeez. I am not prepared for that. That keeps getting me every time. Here comes a lot of planes. That was damage numbers. Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised by Formidable. Air supremacy. I wonder how we have that. It's not like we have 3 Garriers on this team. Hawk's usually jump scared though. Nah, it's just it takes me a little bit to get used to it. I wouldn't call it jump scared. Oh. Swing! Silver Ash moment. Hero's sword cleaves the control room door effortlessly, like a hot knife through butter. Ah. I feel like something bad is going to happen this event because Hero decided to do something and it blew it up. Knock knock. Implacable, I don't think they're here. So they aren't. Everyone, search for clues. Lady Implacable, I found something. What? Nuh-uh. I should be the first hero, please. Let us sidekick maids have our turn, please. To all ships in the Antarctic, Basilica investigation teams and any other Royal Navy ships who receive this message. This is the Basilica Investigation Forward Team. We are surrounded by unidentified hostiles. Please send support immediately. I repeat, this is the Basilica Investigation Forward Team. Is this the SOS signal our patrol ships received? There's no doubt it came from here, and it's still playing. But the two of us didn't receive anything until we stepped onto the island. Either the jamming here is extremely potent, or the patrol ships were able to receive it just before it was jammed. I'm afraid I can't say. Perhaps this is where our star hero may shine. Look forward to your performance, Hero. I mean, it's kind of super obvious. See how there's no dust on the control panels, levers, and buttons, while there is dust on the other devices? Plus, you can tell someone pulled wicked hard on this lever. 10 to 1, it's gotta be Argus. So basically, Argus was trying really hard to deal with whatever was going down here. That's why there aren't any signs of struggle outside. It all went down in here. Well, how observant of you. Jeez, you grown-ups are so useless. You're lucky to have me around. Jeez. Yes, Hero, that was truly spectacular. I've only found one clue, and honestly, it pales in comparison. I feel like I know these two are... I see what they're doing. Here we have a list of notes left by Argus, a rough sketch of the facility, and a transcript of her communications with Royal Oak. Why don't you take a look with your discerning eyes? But you're just a sidekick. Yes, that's enough. Let's focus on what happened here. Failed motion sensors, cameras refusing to turn on. Ran the self-diagnostic sequence, followed screen prompts to enable emergency controls. I'm starting to get a headache. Lady Argus is earnest to a fault. After that, the system went haywire. While Lady Royal Oak fought off hostiles, Lady Argus sent a distress signal by telegraph. They then chose to meet in an area called Blanc. The transcript ends there. Oh, the White Basilica? Would there be other areas named Rupert Noir then? Close. Neptunia people be like, There they are. Very simple names. The Iris are devout, if nothing else. Oh hey, we saw a White Basilica when we circled the island, didn't we? It was pretty close, so that's our first dungeon to crawl. We're fortunate that it was close. If they were on the opposite side, just getting there would be a feat. If we're lucky, we may find them soon. Shall I proceed? Lady Implacable, will we be traveling by land? No, let's deploy our rigging and go by sea. There's something odd about this Basilica. I can see why Her Majesty is hesitant to make a big deal out of this. This is an isolated island off to the south, but the facility is too big to be a mere religious establishment. It's even bigger than the Royal Navy's Mediterranean fortress. How did they manage to build all of this, and when at that? If the entire breadth of the Royal Navy's intelligence network couldn't inform Her Majesty of this Basilica, then this must involve Iris's highest echelons. If there's any silver lining to be found, it's that the anomaly doesn't seem to have any effect on the outside beyond signal interference. Argus, you've gotten yourself into something crazy, haven't you? Who knows? We'll have to see. It's funny how they play it with Hero. Yeah, I know, it's kind of funny. Hero do kind of be needing that kind of thing, though. It's pretty good though. Hey, nice. Seriously, the MVP too. Not surprising, they are like 50 levels above this. 40 actually, I think. But yeah, you could definitely tell, like, this is a very interesting group of characters in terms of personalities. Celia has a bit more of an ego than the other Dido class, but she's not like obsessed with it like Hero is. Implacable doesn't really seem to have it, but she's also the type to throw sass back, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. And then you have the other two, which I feel are probably more closer to like characters we are used to. Might as well just start using this because I'm going to start getting deadlocked. Dido class aren't that strong. Even with level differences. What if most of the base is made of cardboard? It is French. That would actually be kind of funny. Oh, that's why we're on out of ammo. No wonder we were doing so little. Yeah, but yeah, like the other two we have Argus, who's relatively sweet. She seems very sweet. And they have Royal Oak, who has just really low self-esteem. So it's an interesting grouping of characters. The only downside of them being a bit over leveled is that Illustrious can't really heal the ships. Illustrious is the shields are not likely going to break. I'm so not used to, like, I get so used to playing Operation Siren that the movement schemes when I had to switch between Event and Operation Siren throw me off so much. I'm like, oh, I could just click on the ship. No, I can't do that. This is not Operation Siren. It is such a small amount. Like that little explosion does like 40 damage. I'm sure it'll do a lot more in the higher tiers, but that's a very small, like, percentage. Oh, there's some healing there. Hey, Robbie. Welcome. Royal Orc. Royal Orc. That's pretty good. Boy, spoilers. Ooh. I already know about the Galician a little bit. So one of the downsides to like hearing that there was some discrepancies is I had a little bit of it spoiled. So I do know about them at least. Galician meta also wasn't that announced recently too? Or was that fan art? I don't know. I didn't actually double check the reveal or that information too well, so I didn't vet it. Lovely maid fleet, of course. One of them is an oath. The other one I've considered about it, but she's a little too yabe. And then this last one is got Akagi vibes that I don't know how to feel about it now. I'm a little bit worried about how the affection lines are going to change. I'm so glad this is a thing, because I don't have to spend the time looking through the whole map to find. I can just look at this now. Like, for this map, it's small. There's not much you have to really do. But, like, on maps that are actually big enough where you have to just, like, do this a little bit, this is so much nicer. Give her... She do be a little yabe, but that's about it. Monarch needs to be center. Look at all the Joffrey coins. That one's gone. Basilica Blanc, coastline. Well, this basilica faces the ocean, but we weren't considerate enough to put it. But they weren't considerate enough to put an entrance here. Does this mean we'll have to go to the center of the island by land, enter, and then double back all this way? I'm afraid so. Perhaps that's intentional. Allow me to come with you, Lady Implacable and Hero. Unfortunately, I'm in no mood to climb mountains. Star Actor, you're up. See, I told you this is the best way to do things. Okay, that's enough inspection. 3, 2, 1, open sesame, kaboom. Cannon fire from Hero's rigging blew a giant hole into the outer wall. This is so much better than taking a detour. Little do they know that such an action would have a consequence later on. Did I talk in many of Hog's streams? What? I don't know. Too thick to walk. I mean, she's walking now, technically. Indoors, the investigation team forged through the massive halls of the facility. Did they actually walk through them, or did they just blow a hole in every single wall that they found? This place is ludicrously big. It's not so much a series of rooms, but rather a series of halls. They don't seem designed for foot traffic either, more like for the transport of giant weapons. Celia, or Sela, I don't know. Where are we on the map right now? We are currently between the Basilica's 4th and 5th armories. Multiple armories, you say? I'm starting to think this place was an orthodoxy military base. We're approaching a fork in the road. The top corridor leads to what the map calls a prayer room, while the bottom one leads to a factory and a sacrament exhibit. Sacrament exhibit is probably the more concerning place to go, considering they called that black cube in Scavenoratorio a sacrament. So I don't think that's what it was supposed to be, but still. There also appears to be a path which leads further down to the Basilica's center. If one were to ambush Lady Oak and Lady Argus, or Lady Road Oak and Lady Argus, I'm just gonna say their names. I'm not gonna go with Lady because I don't need to say that all the time. I believe that would be the ideal location. I know we need to hurry, but I think we should stop by that sacrament exhibit. May I ask why, Lady Implacable? Do you want their sacraments for yourself? Don't be absurd. Do I look like an artifact hoarder to you? You kind of look like a nun, though. We're not going to steal Orthodoxy property. We'll recover what's been left behind and hand them over to Richelieu after our investigation. Even if there are no artifacts left, the exhibit themselves may clue us in on the true purpose of this facility. You'd assume there's no connection between religious artifacts and the military, but perhaps that preconception is wrong. Just say Royal Oak. I know, that's what I was gonna do. I didn't want to say Lady Royal. Bleh. Hey, how you doing? OC, by the way. This team is surprisingly fast for having 2 CAs in it. Vanguard. Wrong armor type, but it's fine. Cheshire! Cheshire be like, no, the wind! No Implacable or Royal Oak. I at least have the Dido class. That's really, and Argus, but Dido class was originally what I wanted. Basilica Blanc, Sacrament Exhibit. Hey, put that down! No flagging people! Also, CG. I have been enjoying the fact that they are doing this a lot more. Don't flag her. You're flagging her with a bow and arrow. What are you doing? At least Oak is in the shop. Jeez. In this shot, she actually looks kind of cute, though. Hero is just Hero, though. Have no fear for Heroes here. Come on out, you mooks. I'm gonna farm you for drops! It appears there are unfortunately no mooks to farm in here, Hero. However, I would gladly serve as a boss encounter. That is, if you're ready to suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of a maid. Oh. Wow, those are fighting words, you cheeky sidekick. You'll pay for your lip by running 100 fetch quests after I mop the floor with you. Fetch quests as punishments, you say. Fetching things is simply part of a maid's job. Fine, then I'll make you grind gold for my... Nice improv, Celia. You're a good foil. Forgive me, Implacable. I thought it would be amusing if I acted without thinking. Don't apologize, I needed a gag to help lighten the mood. Anyway, where did you get that bow, Hero? Is it legendary? Enchanted? Perhaps taken from one of the display cases? I didn't take anything, it was just lying on the floor next to one of those 4 empty cases. Also, there's a placard on this case. When the seal breaks, the horns of judgment sound. It sounds like something pretentious York would... Yeah, York would probably say something like that. 4 cases, a bow, and horns of judgment. Are you onto something, Lady Implacable? Nothing concrete, but I'm starting to figure out why this place looks so dreary. Whoosh. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared in the corridor on the far opposite end behind Implacable. Lady Implacable, look out! Oh. Celia immediately deployed her rigging and unleashed a machine gun burst of lead arrows at the threat. Lead arrows? What? The figure tried to no avail to block the volley using its poleaxe, and was swiftly dispatched. Well, if that didn't give it away. I think we already know who uses a poleaxe for a French ship. A random encounter. My bow will take care of. Celia already dealt with them. What? Hey, how dare you steal my XP? Do forgive me. I promise it won't happen again. Damn right it won't. Was that Vicia's Legalisionaire? I think that's how you say it. Specifically a pawn of hers, easily defeated. Vicia pawns appearing inside a Basilica that they held. That certainly is cause for concern, isn't it? And here we used to think Thawns, what? What is Thawns? Is that like a thought and a pawn shoved together? Be gone, Thawn! Oh my goodness. We used to think pawns were a siren thing, so it's weird that they're here in a Vicia stronghold. Not made by siren. Yeah, I know that kind of implies something. Granted, like I said, we still need to be very cautious about some of these assumptions, because I don't know if there's any desync here. What the hell, is that an earthquake? If only. I fear it's exactly what it sounds like. Implacable. An entire army of pawns is quickly closing in on us. Prepare for battle. We will not fall here. Oh yeah, I forgot they reduced the amount that you need to do. Richie to a pimp. Oh my goodness. So now I just need to defeat 4 enemies and then pretty much win the boss fights. I'm so glad they reduced the actual amount. I mean, it makes these streams go faster because I don't have to like do a hard full clear with multiple runs just to get to 100%, so I can move on. Attack of the pawns. Oh no. What'd you get her to fight? I've got to take a bit to get there because I think she's the milestone girl, right? She's the 10K. Wait, no, that's one of my. I overlooked that. Doesn't have here yet. Isn't she the 10K-er? Or, yeah. We just started this event, so I don't even have 1,000 points yet. For tomorrow. If I can farm that. I don't know if I'll have that much time. I'll have to see. Because I don't think we're gonna get to, you know, 10K in this stream. Let's go for the big one over here. Oh, I didn't even get to the justograms yet. I don't know that. I don't know. With us only having the C chapters available and the A chapters, we're not going to be able to get a whole bunch of points that quickly. I guess I could do the A chapters to get a good chunk of points too, but at that point it's like running a C. What? What? Doing all of it might give you like 9K. Oh, it probably gets you something around that. But then again, you have to be able to have the entirety of D chapters open as well. It's one of the only things I dislike about the time gate here. Because like for lore stuff, it's a lot harder for us. But I guess, I mean, before it made more sense because it's a lot like going through all the stages, it takes a considerable amount of time to get through it all. But now that they've reduced the requirements for getting to 100 and moving on, it's, I don't know. The time gates feels like such a weird thing. And it's even less like for lore-wise, it makes even less sense aside from like reading it in game because the wiki generally tends to have it up. If anyone is speedrunning AL, then it's Chemo. Yeah, but he's probably not really doing it for lore reasons or anything.
じゃなくて行きますわよ。逃げないでくださいね。ほんのちょっぴりだけ本気出そうかしら。
Would he level hero? Actually, I'm kind of curious if he would. Time gates are new too. No, they've been around for a long time. The 1 day time gate for story has been around for a very long time. I wish it. I actually. Well, I don't want it to be anything, but yeah, this is the music. This is in-game music. Enemies we're fighting right now in this area. This is looks like a combination of mass reproduce Vitya ships and pawns of Vitya Dominion ships, which makes sense because then there was the Iris Orthodoxy had two major groups. There was most of the Iris Orthodoxy in general, and then there was the Vityan Dominion like knights. I think they're called the Vityan Knights. I'm not sure. No, Templar Knights. That's what they're called. I can't. Right. I'm not playing Opsai. I'm not playing Opsai. I'm not playing Opsai. I'm not playing Opsai. I'm gonna do that so many times. I remember when I added it. Really? I don't remember being able to do all the events from the very beginning. The little cat paw prints. That was a lot of damage there. Otherwise, I start feeling unwise. He knows he can turn the art. He can turn the art off, right? It's an option. You don't have to have that appear. I actually did it a few times because Shinano would take up the whole screen and I couldn't see anything. You should know he should be able to turn that off. Is there no end to these damn pawns? I'm working up a sweat here. Not that a bunch of mooks could ever dream of beating me, but still. Well, I wouldn't quite say we're losing. Our weapons will wear out sooner or later if we continue fighting in these close quarters. Moreover, I need more room to launch my planes. Even that armory would suffice. Do you think we could lead the pawns in that direction? Certainly, if need be, we could also break through the wall there to retreat into the water. Our riggings are designed for naval combat, not ground combat, after all. What, you guys can't just become tanks? Good point. Every enemy we take out is one fewer for Argus and Royal Oak to deal with. Although, we wouldn't want to draw more enemy fire than we already do. Placable 120 rolls sad my day. Oof. I only had enough for 40, so I couldn't do much. At any rate, let's go to the hall we came from. Basilica block indoors. Move it, losers. Hero coming through. Nice work. You have a knack for punching holes through walls and hordes alike. Well, yeah, it comes with the title. I don't think that... Never mind. Of course. Does anyone have a backup plan if the pawns don't pursue us? Isn't that for you to consider implacable? You are our leader, aren't you? Although we may not need one as they seem to be following us. Keep advancing and I shall cover your back. Got it. Javelin was doing the hero job better. Yeah, she kind of was. Ooh. Bosh, there's our path to the ocean. Thanks, hero. Now we can fight unrestrained. No pity, no mercy. Let us show these mindless pawns our true strength. Well said. Waste neither pity nor mercy on them, for they will show you none. Oh, hello, Richie. Cardinal, is that you? Yes, it's a pleasure to see you again, Implacable. You're here sooner than Her Majesty predicted. Well, I mean, she wasn't wrong. She said she would literally rush here. Thank goodness for that. She, well, also rescued us. Cardinal Richelieu was the first to respond to our SOS. Oh. If she hadn't come along, Royal Oak and I likely wouldn't be here right now. Forgive me, Implacable, I put the Royal Knights to shame. It's alright, I'm just glad you're both in one piece. Cardinal, if I may ask, what brought you to this remote island in the first place? I shall explain later. For now, we must focus on defeating the enemy in front of us. Let us smite these wicked doppelgangers who dare violate the sanctity of the Iris's territory. Does this mean I have to use Richelieu now? If so, where? Yes, yes. Actually get along rather well. They actually seem like friends, which is interesting, because, like, I mean, obviously there's been no recorded interaction between the two of them for us, but they, the fact that they know each other is something. Richelieu instead of War Corgi. French fleet. Alright, we can remove War Corgi and put Richelieu in. Right, this is still set to Royal Navy. But that also means I need to give her back. I want to give her back the shiny gun. Unfortunately, this means Richelieu will always fire first. But she's mob. She doesn't have to be mob. HE battleships don't have to be mob if the enemy is a light armor. Patron saint of high explosive shells. What shall we do for this one then? Just give her the Friedrich. Yeah, we'll just give her Friedrich gun. Because it's funny. Haha. She's now switching to AP. Alright, there we go. Nothing else has changed. None. we have the nun, who might be a little too much in certain areas, and then we have the person to vibe check them with a very heavy. What is it that she has? It's like a little. Not a full staff, isn't it? It's like a smaller. No, it is a staff. Oh, it's a flag or a standard. She will bonk her with a standard. Working together, the investigation team of Richelieu's fleet led the pawns out of the Basilica and dispatched every last one of them. Baron, inspect the pawns one at a time and ensure they're neutralized. Oh, it's good to see her back. I haven't seen her in a long time. As you command, Cardinal, I will personally examine the Basilica's sacraments. Oh no, people are going to want to be like, hey, use her now. One of the few carriers that actually shoots. Thank you for aiding us, Implacable. No, thank you. You were in your debt for saving Argus and I see what my mind immediately went to with that Arc Royal Oak. Please, think nothing of it. You are our allies, and we are yours. Argus told me you're leading the investigation into this Basilica. Is that correct? Why, yes, I am. It's been a bumpy ride thus far, but that's about to change now that you're here, Cardinal. It's an honor. The honor is all mine. I've wanted to join the Royal Navy in battle again ever since the incident with the Skybound Basilica. Skybound Basilica? I suppose that's the one Illustrious spoke about. Yes, that is. Skybound Oratorio event, for those that are not sure. Now that you're here, I might as well spill the beans. Richelieu could have hit them with the Bible. Not the Bible, it's the Brobel. Spill what beans exactly? Her Majesty kept this investigation a secret from you until our fleet had already embarked. Despite that, you somehow arrived at this Basilica at nearly the same time as us. Oh, I see. If you're confused, I can explain. Truth be told, I also set out to investigate these islands as soon as I heard about that Vichia had withdrawn its forces. Then, when we heard the SOS signal coming from the Basilica, we used special instruments to amplify it before rushing to the rescue. Use meme character. Carrier. She's not a... I mean, she's less so of a meme than... the one carrier that has a gun, but 0 firepower. Yeah, that. Just got here. Any interest in the new skins? I'm kind of interested in Marbles. Marbles is pretty cute. I do like it. I do feel bad about Memphis in the back of it, though. She's just getting rained on. She's got gun and torps. Oh no, even worse. Amplify it? To what end? Your patrol fleets weren't receiving the distress call before we gave it the signal boost. I see. It seems you've seen right through us, Cardinal. I suppose I should thank you for letting us save face by independently responding to the distress call rather than alerting us directly. If you'll pardon me for changing topics, I'd like to propose the idea of making this a joint investigation. It's a lot for either of us to handle alone, but it's a different story if we work together. Would you happen to know anything about this Basilica? Yes, this place was a sanctuary of sorts for the Irish Orthodoxy before the Vichid Dominion seized control of it. It appears it has suffered numerous breakdowns, owing to not being properly maintained for a long while. Are those ponds the result of some breakdown as well? Yes, but only broadly speaking. It would take a while to explain it. Fortunately, I know a solution to the problem. Ladies of the Royal Navy, please follow me. She's... Oh no, it's Lamar's. The girl that literally falls asleep while she's talking to you. Or at least she sounds like she's falling asleep, I think. Are we doing a 10-hour stream? No, this is not a 10-hour one. Half of the event's still locked behind Battalion Gate, so that'll be tomorrow. The stream should already be set up for tomorrow's, so you'll be able to know exactly when that one's gonna hit. I know this one's kind of a bit last minute. Work's been kind of making it hard for me to kind of plan things out ahead of time. I may look into a stream over the weekend as well for people that are interested. I do want to go through Eden Treaty. Or at least the finale of that particular chapter. I don't know if that's all of Eden Treaty. There may be more to it than that. I see still, but I still have cubes. Do I need more gold? Yeah, that's not a bad thing though. When you run out of gold, that's always the better of the outcome to deal with. Sure, Eden Treaty and Dark Knight side event. You mean the one that's ending tonight? The to be continued or whatever it was called. The I think it's to be continued because it always made me laugh. Unfortunately, I won't be able to cover the Arc Knights one. Unless there's another event. I didn't see. Did they announce anything? Because to be continued is done. Is done today. You do want to ask your comments about the Queen Elizabeth meta announcement. I found it odd originally because I felt like it was way out of left field, but Ian actually talked about it, so I have to remember that Ian sometimes hits it. Or at least, if Ian was trying to hide it, Ian didn't bother. So it's not like it's something that's completely new to us. It's something that was discussed in lore. It's just we ignored it because it was Ian. And that's another one of the many moments that Ian was... I wouldn't say... I don't know if I should call it Ian was right or being truthful. Because technically, if someone doesn't talk about it, are they lying? It's not only that. It's more of they just CN didn't talk about it. Ian mentioned it, and everyone thought Ian was nuts, but Ian was right. It's the same situation from Scappa Flow. Ian talked about Scappa Flow. I think JP did as well, and then CN people were just like, no, Scappa Flow is not a thing. And then that event happened, and everyone was on CN was confused. The Solis rerun. Oh, the Solis. Okay, cool. I actually was not able to 100% that event because I was sick. And I really did not feel like playing anything because I was just so sick with strep. That was last year. But then we get the Solis, wait, on the 28th though. Okay, so we pretty much have some downtime then. Not much has really changed with my account. I guess I've got Mostima E2'd and her module now. It's actually really nice the fact that the AoE casters are like 25 DP instead of the high 30, mid 30s. Means we have to wait longer for the New Jersey rerun. Yeah, I hope so. Because double WR is always painful for players that don't have them, especially on cube supplies. They'll probably do it after, like, I'd rather them not do a 1 week rerun like they did with Shinano. I felt like that was a really horrible thing. So it was like super rushed. But if there is one banner that for people who are free to play, if there's one banner you should save for, it is definitely that banner. Because almost all of the ships on the New Jersey banner are really good. I think Morrison is probably the weakest of them. Boise could be better, but for where she is as an elite, she does a really dang good job. So I kind of would put Boise in the definitely like. She's not just like a character you can use. She's actually pretty capable. Yeah, exactly. Boise is like, if there is a good elite, Boise is one of them. Aside from also being a cinnamon roll. Richer fish. Well, yeah. The Yabe sub of the US group. Anyway, purification facility. I finished repairs on the 11th, 15th, and 17th circuits. We can reboot the system. Excellent, we're in luck. I wish we didn't have to resort to this, but it's our only option besides individually destroying every last pawn in their production center. I'm surprised Richelieu hasn't said anything about the giant hole in the wall. It is technically Iris Orthodoxy property. I wonder how she would feel about it. Bunny Dragon is a must-have. Yeah, like I wasn't too fond of Boise at the beginning, and then when I went through her character arc, because everyone wanted me to go through hers, she's got a memory, by the way. Yeah, my view on her changed completely after I did her character memory. What giant hole? The pawns did it. You know, they could probably. I don't know if they'd be able to do that. Partially, I don't think. In all honesty, I don't think Richie's going to be too upset about it if it means that all of her allies stay alive. So I guess that's a thing. Anyway. I wish we didn't. Okay, we heard that. I'm glad it's an option in the first place. How much do you know about this place, Cardinal? Bern and I indeed were involved in signing off a number of projects that took place here. However, now that I'm here, I can tell that many things have changed beyond recognition. Just as with the Skybound Basilica, I do not know about the scope of the modifications made by the Vitya, or about what lies in wait deep within the facility. Byrne might be able to tell you a bit more about the technical aspects, but beyond that, I can't tell you much more. Well, you have a firmer grasp of the situation than we do, that much is for sure. Anyway, what's our next move? We will head to the center of the Basilica, but first we must wait for this machine to get up and running again. Until then, I suppose we rest. May I interest you in some tea, ladies? Why yes, thank you. Excuse me, Celia, didn't I say I would make tea for the Cardinal? You did, but your request is secondary to my duty as a royal maid, which is to make tea in this case. I hope you'll forgive me. Yeah, I guess that probably would be rather weird. A maid isn't the one doing it. It's something that she does normally, so that probably would be, like, I don't know. I can't fault her for that logic, because it's something she's used to doing. Got to get New Jersey during the first run. Yikes. Yeah, hopefully you can get her. Lady Argus, Lady Royal Oak. I said the names again. Anyway, I have some for you as well. Thanks. Pour some for Byrne and Hero too. Certainly, just a minute. Well, since all we can do is wait, let's get caught up, shall we? Starting with you, Argus. You were first to notice something had gone wrong. Is that right? Yes, I was in the control room monitoring Royal Oak while she went around investigating. I made a poor decision and activated the emergency defense system, which resulted in Royal Oak getting attacked by pawns. Since she was in danger, I quickly sent out a distress signal and left the control room to help her. Then, while passing through the underground corridor to Basilica Blanc, pawns attacked me as well. I was panicking at that point, since our communications were being jammed. If Royal Oak had relocated in time, and the time it'd taken me to get there, I'd have no idea where she went. By some miracle, I found her exactly where I last saw her, albeit surrounded by enemies. I held out because I didn't want to annoy you. You don't just call for help and disappear before it even arrives. That's a smile, though. That was the right call. What happened next? We stuck together, fighting off pawns while retreating towards the giant hall at the bottom of the facility. That hall was, if I had to describe it, was like a military parade inside a warehouse. 200,000 units already, with 1 million more well on the way. You guys remember the meme with the bullings where it was the clone stuff, but it was actually just a gigantic number of bullings? I kind of wish that was what this was at this moment. Not gonna lie. That is very Star Warsy, though. Oh my goodness. Wait, so does that mean that whoever the clone of whoever is the source material for these pawns, so to speak, manages to, you know, technically get killed off, and then maybe there's a little version of them that also gets killed off when they grow up? Is that going to happen? Whoever this pawn is, they might want to be very concerned. It does look like Lamar's because of the brown hair. Bubba survived the Sarlacc. Oh, he did? I don't remember. I didn't get that far into it if I did. I know the first one of them got a good old lightsaber to the neck. I think that's how that one went. I guess, where are we? I'm afraid I don't know. I left the map behind in the lighthouse tower. However, I'm pretty sure this place was not on the map. Since there were armories on the first floor, I think this is a parading area or a barracks. And it seems its many occupants are all pawns. goodness, you're right. I'm just glad they're inactive. There must be hundreds of them. No, maybe even thousands. I don't even want to know how many there are. It's like they put an entire army of pawns down here. Wait, what if it is an army? Is this the secret Her Majesty wanted us to find? No matter how weak pawns might be individually, there's no way any of us could stand up to those sheer numbers. And just when those thoughts started going through my head, the pawns suddenly started marching. Luckily, Cardinal Richelieu found us in the nick of time, or I fear the worst might have come to pass. All of them are kins. Oh no. All I remember is I heard the sound of fighting as we were retreating, and then support showed up. I see, an entire army of pawns. So this is the project that Vicia was using the Basilica for. Cardinal, were you aware of any such projects back during the time of the Iris Orthodoxy? This originally was an idea floated by the Tribunal, compensating for their apparent lack of naval forces with a massive fleet of pawns to defend the homeland. But the actual implementation flopped catastrophically, and the project was shelved. Flopped catastrophically? How do you explain the very finished-looking product we saw down there, then? Ironblood might have helped. It's not the Ironblood definitely did it, too. It's not the first time. You know, now that I think about it, if you consider the timeline of events in AL, pawns existed way, way, way before Ashen Simulacrum. Because technically, Operation, was it Convergence? Or Divergence? I forget which one of the two it is. Pawns existed then. They were just Ironblood controlled. That's kind of a plot hole, because I think they were confused. I think some of the concept were confused at the mere idea of pawns back then. But then again, Ironblood was very secretive on all their tech, so who knows. Those Crimson Echoes before Ashen. Yes, Crimson Echoes, that's Amagi's event. That's way before. Anyway, I assume all of those pawns we encountered were the results of that plan, and their combat prowess was nothing to sneeze at. As I say, assembling an army is the easiest part. Controlling it is where the real difficulty lies. I suspect Vicia learned this lesson firsthand. Oh, care to elaborate? Pawns are machines, and machines naturally can malfunction. Through our experiments, we found that the larger the army of pawns, the greater the proportion of units failing to act in unison. The reason for this is pawns that started behaving abnormally would influence normal pawns, causing a malfunction chain reaction. The Tribunal began describing this phenomenon as infection. Corresponding the solution to suppress this infection was the purification system you just saw. Huh. Interesting. So then that could potentially explain the Zuikaku, or not Zuikaku, the Shokaku pawn being abnormal in Visitors Dyed in Red. But what triggers that abnormality might have been an important thing there. That makes perfect sense, which is also why the entire island is set up to defend against the inside. Are you sure it's fine to give away all this valuable information so casually? It's fine. After all, you're all victims of the malfunctioning of an Iris Orthodoxy facility. Now that you've experienced the situation firsthand, what good does it do to try to deny reality and resort to diplomatic tricks? What matters is that we work together to resolve this incident. From what you've told me, I assume you're still able to keep things under control. We can attribute this incident to a lack of maintenance of the equipment, made worse by its improper operation. Now that the purification systems of the 4 basilicas responsible for contaminating the infection have been shut down, the pawn army has fully spiraled out of control, leading to the situation we have on our hands. What we need to do is to reactivate all 4 purification systems, then defeat all the malfunctioning pawns remaining in the basilicas. Once the purification systems are back online, the malfunctioning pawns have been dealt with, the Basilica systems will naturally stabilize again. Reactivate all the purification systems and take out all the pawns. That sounds like the plot of one of those games Hero always plays. Are you sure there isn't some kind of master control panel that can remotely fix all the issues at once? No, because that could be considered a point of... It would be convenient, but it could be considered a point of failure. Think of how so if the whole thing about a malfunction, if one malfunction is all it takes to cause a chain of events, it'd be better to isolate it. So having one place where that could cause all 4 places to fail is very dangerous. Having 4 independent locations where if one fails, the other 3 have a chance not to. That would make a lot of sense why that doesn't exist. By the way, could you do something about our communication equipment malfunctioning? I certainly hope we won't have to knock down all these pawns by ourselves just to call for reinforcements. Unlike last time, we are dealing with a Basilica sitting on top of a Siren facility. I figured about the Siren facility part. In other words, this jamming is caused by the presence of a nearby Mere Sea. That certainly complicates things a bit. Lady Richelieu, the purification system has been reactivated. You can now proceed to the control center. We can talk later. Let's move out. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. That doesn't seem too, weird. That whole thing about not having a central control system is probably a smart idea. Oh yeah, what was the thing on this? I forget. Oh, that's what it was. Just another blast again. Interestingly enough, this seems to go more into a pawns a bit more. So we're probably getting a good amount of lore on pawns. Maybe understand what truly separates them from. I mean, they're machines, sure, but how far, like, what separates them from the actual version of themselves, too. Because technically, like we were seeing in Visitors Died in Red, that Shokaku pawn was supposed to be a pawn, but for some reason it acted irregularly. And I think it even spoke too, so... And then there's like the whole concept of opposite colored, divergent chessboard, all the many names that one has, where it's supposedly all of those were pawns. So what separates them, and what is it? What kind of behavior can you get out of an irregular pawn? So I wonder if that's where this event's going to go, is going into pawn lore. How far off from ship girls are they? Well, they don't seem to have an essence of free will to them. They're kind of bound by parameters and forced to do things that they have no complete control over. However, like I said, with that Shokaku situation, that might be one example where it isn't. So what leads me to the question is, what separates a pawn from a ship girl? If an irregular pawn can begin to behave like a ship girl. So that's what I wonder. What does irregular behavior mean? Because what if one weird way to put it is every single one of the ship girls were all just pawns, but because they were all in the same place and acted irregular, one of them turned irregular, and then they all just became the way they are now. What's to separate that from a possibility? I'm not saying that's the case. Some of the lore guys may be listening to me and be like, what am I talking about? But like, it's an idea. It's something that you'd have to really, like, if it goes into this, then that'll be good to know. That sounds scary. It does. But you have to consider, like, if you think about, like, the concept of a siren, sirens by default are supposed to be pawns, right? With how they described them a bit. They were a thing you could have an infinite number of bodies. They ran based on a series of, kind of in a way, they were puppeted. But when we interact with the sirens that we know of now, they are capable of autonomous behavior. Which, sure, the pawns probably could have been, but, you know, what separated the sirens from a pawn at the time? And then what, you know, where is the line? Pawn but with sentient. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we don't know how, you know, if they were truly sentient that way or not. But it's one of those things where it's like, you have to wonder, where does the line of what a pawn is stop? And where does, like, a ship girl begin or a siren begin? Or shells that the sirens can take over. Sure! Then why is there such a focus on control that much? If there's supposed to be shells that they can take over, why is there such a demand to make sure that they stay in line and they don't become irregular? What happens in an irregular pawn? Does it become sentient? Does it start to think for itself? Does it have its own thoughts? Does it behave differently? Or is it just you know, it can't tell that you were its creator and starts attacking you? You know, is it something as simple as that, or does it get more complex? So that's what I'm curious about with this event now, is how much it's going to dive into pawn lore. I'll blame Magic Cube. Yeah, fair. I mean, another way you could look at it too, it's like, it kind of brings back that, I don't know how many people have been following like the OpenAI ChatGPT stuff, with like how, Richie please, that is what you get when when the boss is a light armor. Richie just literally one-shot the thing. But like, you have to wonder, like, if it is an AI thing, like... Well, actually, what is it? It's the Bing version that's really creepy, isn't it? I think it's the Bing version that's really creepy. The ChatGPT one, I think, seems relatively simple. Controlled, but the Bing one seems a little scary. How RoboCop has his 3 rules. Yeah, well, I mean, if you know the way you... Well, okay, I can't say iRobot, because they interpreted the 3 rules, but they did the 3 laws in such a weird interpretation that it worked. It's the same thing with the Mechanist DLC in Fallout 4. They had some basic principles, but they interpreted it in a way that allowed them to satisfy it without breaking it, but it still caused bad things. I wonder if this is where Champagne will be introduced. Maybe. That'd be kind of cool. I've been wondering how they're going to rope her in, because she's been one of the PRs that's never really been in yet. We've gained control of the main passages along the east side. The southern bridge has also been secured. And I've already finished conquering the north side. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I'm not detecting any more enemy signals. How are things on your end, Cardinal? Done. Looks like we've cleaned up the last batch of the pawns over here. Bern, how's your situation? The infection indexes in the purification system has dropped to normal levels, which means the area is effectively safe. Excellent. I'm not sure if I'm just imagining things, but this place doesn't seem as claustrophobic and dreary as it did before. If anything, it has a bit of a calming, reassuring atmosphere now. Well, everything's getting fixed. Now that you mention it, I think I feel it as well. Whoa, and that's not all. Look, the dense fog that was obscuring the horizon has completely disappeared as well. The gilded inscriptions on the Basilica's white spires are so majestic. Magnificent work of art in their own right. Incredible. Just a slight change in the atmosphere can completely alter the way I perceive this place. Don't get distracted from the fact that this place was functionally designed to be something akin to a military stronghold or factory. Tell me, Cardinal, you wouldn't have happened to retrofit Basilica technology to your warships, would you? Indeed, the Tribunal did have such plans in the past and managed to build one prototype using their own resources. I believe it was classified as a Mechanicus Confessor. Oh, did something like that really get built? I wonder why I haven't heard anything about it until... I'm beginning to honestly think this might be how Champagne gets introduced. Because when you think about her design, think about Champagne's design. I'll pull her up in a second for those that don't know. And I'm not talking like the prototype concept. I'm talking like her actual artwork. Mechanicus could technically be considered a puppet. And if you think about that, with how her artwork is, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's practically ancient history by now. I'll pull it up in a second for those that don't have Champagne and can't see the full artwork. Give me a second. It's practically ancient history by now, and shortly after the Confessor was completed, the Tribunal sent it to the front lines. Oh, wait, never mind. Unfortunately, its maiden voyage was also its final voyage. That's a pity. I would have liked to see it. They probably recreated it. So are we done with this Basilica? Shall we move on to the next one? Yes, our next destination is Basilica Rouge. Please follow me, everyone. I have a feeling they recreated it. There's no... That would be really weird to mention it and then nothing comes of it. So for those that don't have Champagne, let me... She's not an oath of mine. She should be relatively up here, though. Here she is. Let me zoom out here. I don't know how much I can zoom. Here we go. But you can kind of see the puppet kind of concept with the strings here. I think it's even better on some of the other skins too, because there's like a giant hand on one of her skins. So there is a good amount of detail here that makes me honestly suspicious of that. So there is something like that makes me wonder if this is the case here too. Like this might be how she gets introduced. It'd be really cool. My initial suspicions about this being the crown of the Holy See, and that would adding to that would be interesting. But I don't know if that's... We don't know what the crown of the Holy See does, if it even does anything. So they made a siren, since they can make a pawn control system. Kinda? Not really, though. Pawns are a little bit different than sirens, though. Because I still think a pawn is going to be itself an individual entity. If the pawn's destroyed, then that entity is lost. Whereas if a siren's body is destroyed, it's not lost because it could just re-upload itself to another body, and then it's the same siren again, just in a different, the same, you know what I mean. They could have two different purifier bodies. If one of them gets destroyed, it just puts itself into the second body, and it's still the same thing. Whereas if the pawn's destroyed, the pawn's body and the entire process behind its like thinking and everything is lost as well. So if it was an irregular one, it's gone, and the other ones aren't going to be irregular, or at least if they contained it right. So that's what I'm understanding from this. So it makes me wonder what separates that then. But yeah, you guys are talking about Gascon or Galistinaire, I think is her name, not Gascon. Wait, Gascogne, or are you guys talking Gascogne, or are you guys talking Galistinaire? Gascogne, okay. I'm just gonna do this. I think I'll just do this just to narrow it down. Does she? I don't see this tail you speak of. She just got really, really thin and long legs. Unless that's a thing and didn't just... Ah, I was like, not what it's showing here. Is it on his skin? Oh, I see. The swimsuit skin. Also crap. Yeah, so I guess that does make sense. It does kind of look like a plug. Then again, she's, yeah, with her being as robotic as she is, I guess that does kind of make sense. Though she does kind of have some... This could explain Gascogne's presence right now, because it did surprise. That's the thing. That's what I'm thinking. There's not just one of them. There could be a second one, and that's why I think both Champagne and Gascogne are going to be here. Gascogne we already knew about because of Skybound Oratorio, and this would further back up the idea of her whereabouts and how she came into existence, because it is very odd for, like, when she appeared in the story, it just blindsided the entirety of the Iris Libre, and even the Royal Navy. And this might actually be her, like, origin story, which I actually kind of appreciate that. But it also makes me wonder if this is also where Champagne's going to come from. So we'll have to see if that's really what ends up happening here. So you guys apparently can see it on the Muse skin better. I just see it on the mic, I don't really see her tail. No, there's no skin for her, it's just literally herself. I like how you can make her wear this though. The alt thing is going to be so confusing, but I'm not going to be complaining about it in the end though. But yeah, I'm really curious now about this, because like I wasn't sure where they were going to go with this. And now it seems like they're focused on trying to explain the origin story of pawns, and at the same time this also could be kind of the origin story of Gascogne and maybe even Champagne. Justagram, shoot! Is it that important, or is it? Cause I know you guys were saying it was tied to the story. It made sense. Is it this chapter that makes it make sense, or do I need to, or would it be better to wait one more? It's tied to the T-bit. Oh, it's tied to the T-bit. It was the last chapter. Okay, we'll look at it real quick. This is what T. Just for you, Commander. I'll make sure you'll love it. You always go above and beyond your preparation of tea in both taste and preparation. I simply strive to seek stimulation from insipid and mundane parts of daily life. I believe the tea is best left to the professionals. Why is that? I think I certainly outdone myself this time. Is that the newest type of instant tea powder? Well, it's supposed to be very healthy for you. I like this. I like the little peek that she's doing here. That is a black tea, alright. I missed the part where black was green. Sure, I'll give it a try. Where did my comment go? Why is, oh, there it is. Meanwhile, over here. Ruprecht being the gremlin she is and terrorizing an entire bed of grass. I knew your thirst would win out, Commander. I don't know if I would call it thirst. I'd be probably more concerned. Are you colorblind? Is there even a color blindness for that? Because it's like usually it's like relatively close colors to each other, right? There's like many different forms of color blindness. Oh God, I like how I'm not used to seeing. The reason I'm ignoring that pawn is honestly because I keep thinking, oh hey, it's a ship girl I recognize and a girl that I've actually been using her to grind for PR. So for some reason my mind thinks, oh, it's just one of my characters, and I'm like, wait, no, it's not. And on top of that, I'm so used to the only wandering elites generally being sirens from Opsai Been spending too much time playing Opsci recently, guys. Yeah, I've got it retrofitted and everything. I think it's black. Really? I'm not colorblind. I don't think I am. I would never know. Well, at least I would have. I feel like I would have encountered a situation like that by now. I don't know. I don't believe I'm colorblind. Put it that way. I've ran into people in my life that were we would do those little silly like hidden letter or number and a bunch of bubbles tests, and it would test your colorblindness. And I've had friends that literally freak out because they can't see a number or letter. And they're like, "What? There's nothing there. There's nothing there." I'm like, "What do you mean? It's something. It's clearly there." Like, I've had friends that have ended up in that situation. That's meant to have no number. No, well, I do see that one eventually, but it's usually, like, I'm not the type of person that's gonna do that to a friend of mine. But no, that one had, the ones that I've had them on, there was one where I did point out that there was no number, he's fine. But there was a few others where there were numbers, and it freaked them out. Why be colorblind? Would just be blind. I actually had a friend that was like that too, though. It's surprising, like, I never really thought about some of the things that they do to get around it. Like, some of it could be absolutely trivial. Like, I've got a friend of mine that can absolutely, like, when one of my friends I met a while back ago, I didn't know what I had to, like, do to take care of things for them. And, like, it kind of surprised me. This is me when I was, like, really young and I didn't understand a lot of things. So, like, watching one of my friends who actually, you know, who is blind and everything, fill up a glass of water and not spill it, like, was something that just absolutely fascinated me. But this is me when I was, like, really young, so I'm, like, kind of stupid. But no, like, it's funny, like, it's clever how some, like, the simplest solutions, like, one minor change of what you do for certain actions is all it takes for someone like that to be able to do it. I was talking about this recently. I don't think Sky's still here, but I was talking to him about, like, how people who've lost their arms can still drive a car. It's just very complicated. Oh, I missed that shot. Well, I think she hit the... But yeah, like, it's really, really interesting how some people can, like, adapt like that. Oh, the albacore is here? I mean, it's not a great plane, but if you don't have it and you have formidable, I guess that helps. It is truly fascinating, isn't it? I know, it's like... It's one of those things that just like, wait, they can? And then you actually see it. And it's just like, huh, I never thought about something like that before. You have 3 different exams tomorrow: algebra, tech and ethics, and HTML programming. HTML programming isn't too bad. That one's pretty fun. Is it just HTML, or is this like HTML, JavaScript, CSS? And maybe jQuery if you're going into that. I don't know if jQuery is still common. Well, it probably is. And the good old asynchronous JavaScript. Since I am working on the CSS. Oh, CSS is fun though. That's the fun stuff. Like, especially when you do like the modifiers like hover and everything. Oh my gosh, it's the things you can do with CSS is amazing. It is amazing what you can do with CSS. Stuff that you feel like you would be needing to do in JavaScript can sometimes just be done in CSS. It's great. And it simplifies well, it kind of does. I mean, you have to keep up track of multiple files instead of just 2 files. But it's one of those things that's just like, I forgot to put an A in front of href. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. I used to work with a lot of, actually, hang on, do I still have it? Now you've got me curious. Hang on. We're taking a detour, chat. We're taking a detour. I think I still have it. Do I? Do I still have it? I don't know. Okay, no. I thought I just... No, it's gone. Actually, I might still have it. Ah, I do. Oh my gosh, this was so much fun to work on. I want to make this. I need to remake something like this again. Here, I'll show you. Actually, hang on. Let me make sure I got this working right again. I can't pause this, I just realized. Hang on. Ah, shoot. Why is it buggy? This is buggy. This is like 10-year-old code, though. Give me a second while I try to figure out why the heck this is breaking. Okay, let me... I think we're good. Come on now. Can you show yourself? There it is. Oh, I'm probably gonna... I could probably do this. So this is something I was working on a while back ago. All of this was done with native... I'll just show this. Oh, geez, that's horrible. But yeah, this was all done with native... No, don't... remember that. I broke it. This is all done with native JavaScript. It uses a little bit of CSS, and also there's a lot of HTML coding as well. But this was something I completely implemented. Oh god, I forgot this thing. I hate this thing so much. I hate it, and I programmed it. Why? Oh, it's horrible. Run away. Ah! Oh, I took a hit there. Ah! Oh, I'm doing so horribly. But yeah, this is something I made a while back ago for fun. Hey, look, it's a very simplified version of Azur. Just kidding. Don't believe me on that. Oh right, that's the shotgun shot. That thing destroys you. Forgot how long I made these things. But yeah, this is a very old thing I worked on a long time ago. I haven't played this thing in so long, but it's been forever since I've done that. Oh yeah, I am it does more to it, you too. You do not want it to hit you. Like, these things also lock onto you, and then they ricochet for a few times. So most of this was all done in JavaScript, though. Like, you can, like, it's amazing the stuff you can do in HTML programming. Especially when you're adept at CSS and JavaScript! But no, here, I'll let you see what the if he deploys another Seeker, I'll show you what it does. If the Seekers don't actually hurt you, but the Seekers are very evil if you let them get to you. So now that one's attached to me, my controls are inverted. So and now if I let it touch me again, that's my movement speed now. So I have inverted controls, and I've got bad movement speed. I can still fire and everything, but it's... I managed to win. That's hilarious. So this is a very old programming project. This was back when I first started doing JavaScript programming. So this is like one of the first things I made. It's really fun, though. It was a fun project to work on, even if I didn't have too much to it. But yeah, I managed to also program like a full, not a full visual novel, but like a little bit of a visual novel prototype proof of concept into, into an HTML format. It actually kept track of things like dialogue flags. And sprite changing and everything. It was a lot of fun to do. Imagine that mechanic was in us like, oh no, it'd be horrible. Can you win? Yes, you can win though. Yeah. That's why it's like one of the things I do want to do is make my own game. It's just I've never really had the time to do it. It'd be one of those things like it'd be one of those things like if I actually was able to do like this for like full time or something, I'd want to work on that because it'd be a side project I'd work on. I'd be able to spend time on that while also like doing YouTube for the fun of it. Yeah. Maybe want to quit that job. I've got a whole bunch of things I think in here. Oh, it doesn't work though. Yeah, like the funny thing is too, like half of the, oh, actually no, this does work. That's weird. Does it? I'm not gonna play the music because I don't want to do that. Actually see if this does work. Yeah, okay. I'll show you this. This is like really, really scuffed though. Because this is one of the things I really had to work on. So I was doing something way out of my, so this is that visual novel proof of concept thing I had. So there's a bunch of people here, so let's do Chloe, that's this. I took a little too long on the timer dialogue. Blah, blah. It's like this was literally what I was, this was all done in like, most of this actually was, this was actually heavy JavaScript. Even a lot of the animations and stuff that I have on it were that way. Yeah, like this is all this was. It's kind of scuffed though because it's not working. So this is, I think there's probably some bugs I'd have to fix on this to get it to work. But yeah, you could have dialogue options that switch between characters and you'd be able to interact with each of them. It's kind of cool. There was a lot of old things I was working on. Anyway, main plaza. Let's get back to the story, shall we? Chloe is a Sandy prototype. No, it was just a random character I made up. I was playing Danganronpa at the time, so I made a story similar off of it, except instead of, the solution was basically the inverted, there were twins, and one of the twins took out his brother, and then pretended to be him instead. So it got confusing as to who was actually the one that was taken out. It's based off of Danganronpa though, so that's all I need to say. Anyway, main plaza. Is the plaza here the same as the ones we saw before? The only difference is it seems to be a bit bigger. That's correct. Although the 4 basilicas have their own unique layouts, they are similar in general design. Similar plazas can be found in front of every basilica, as you pointed out. This one is slightly larger in size. Furthermore, the main plaza of Basilica Rouge is the only way to access the command center and also serves as an ideal location to engage the enemies. Right. We'll have a significant advantage if we set up a defensive line out in the open. Good. You're quite perceptive. Just keep in mind that this is the largest facility. We'll also be up against the most pawns here. A tough fight lies ahead of us. This undeniably is an advantageous combat location, but it's a bit too wide open. Is something amiss, Implacable? No, it's nothing. Please do continue. I've already said everything I needed to say. If you have nothing you'd like to add... since you're putting me on the spot anyway, I'll just say a few words. Everyone, remember Her Majesty's words. Always keep the duties she has given us in front and foremost in your mind. As long as we cooperate with our friends and allies, victory will be ours. The cannons of battle rang out at the instant the first pawn broke through into the main plaza. The events unfolding below were clearly visible from the observation platforms, rising above the plaza. Pawns exuding an ominous red mist continuously broke through into the plaza. But that's concerning. But were quickly felled one after another by a dense barrage of bombs and cannon fire. Despite the enemy's terrifying numbers, the overwhelmingly advantageous position held in advance by the defenders made the battle a completely one-sided affair. Implacable continued to bombard the enemies as they lurched forward, until she finally had enough time to sift through various possibilities in her mind. Blanc, now Rogue, if we clear out this after we clear out this basilica, and thus did the first horn of judgment sound. Speaking of which, this basilica was originally built during the first counterattack against the Sirens, though it seems to have been expanded several times since. I see, so that's what's going on. The wreckages of crimson-colored pawns lay strewn across the ground, stacked one on top of another. From a higher vantage point, it seemed as if the sanguine mat could stretch all the way to the ends of the world. Implacable, the battle was over. Cardinal Richelieu led Byrne to clean up the mess, and Celia went with them. We had a flawless victory, sustaining no injuries in the process. How are you doing? No problems on my end either. Thanks to the Cardinal's understanding of this place's terrain, we were able to destroy a massive army with almost minimal effort. If only she'd actually tell us the truth. I'm beginning to think she doesn't know. Richelieu does hold information, but she does reveal it if she feels it's necessary. I don't think she's necessarily... I don't know. She did that original... So, she did this originally in Skybound Oratorio. She didn't know how much to tell the Royal Navy, because at that point in time, like, everything that happened to, like, Dunkirk and everything was still kind of a bit up in the air, and a lot of the IRS weren't sure how to feel about the Royal Navy. Even if the Vitia absolutely despised them, the IRS were a bit hesitant to work with them, but they were technically allies. So, and in that time, I think Richelieu was pretty much trying to figure out if she should tell Illustrious, for example, or not about certain things. And in the end, she did. And at this point, I don't know if she would keep to that same idea or not, because she knows, like... I don't know. I don't think she's playing this card. I think she legitimately does not know. It's not like she knows everything, too, because, like, there were things that happened in Skybound Oratorio that completely surprised her. What do you mean by that? Oh, don't worry about it. That was just some of my idle musing. Argus, when you and the others were on patrol a few days ago, do you remember the state of the facilities and if anything unusual happened? Everything looked really run down and the equipment looked like it hadn't been maintained in a really long time. As for unusual occurrences, I remember there were a few electrical explosions, which isn't something you'd normally see in a place of worship, right? What else? I mean, if this was a siren facility, then I guess that would make some sense. Other than that, I don't think anything particularly noteworthy happened, which is also what I put in my report. I'm not just talking about your objective findings. Let's talk about something a bit more spiritual. I can't exactly put this into precise words. What did you experience? Did you experience any emotional or spiritual abnormalities? Well, I did feel a bit rather depressed when I got here, as if I was in constant state of anxiety. That was probably just due to the suffocating atmosphere of the building, though. She did mention she felt more relaxed and calm and blanc. Royal Oak said she had a similar experience. And that was a persistent sensation, correct? Not just one that occurred after the subsequent incident. That's right. Though that feeling did grow stronger after that close shave. After the purification system was activated, that feeling of oppression completely went away. I think the black cube's in play here. There's a black cube in play. There has to be. That would make a lot of sense. The abnormalities. The abnormalities in the pawns. The need for the purification system. The sense of dread that they're getting from this, and the relief when the purification system's in play. Makes me think that there's something like the purification systems are also a suppressor of that kind of thing. It makes a lot more. All that kind of makes sense. Anyway. Let me know if you experience something like that again. Mental problems can sometimes be a greater cause for concern than physical ones. In any case, let's head to the next Basilica. Did Lady Richelieu already tell you where we'll be going next? No, but I already figured it out. We will be going to the Basilica Noire. Okay. You have 4 exams tomorrow. Oh, I had that before. I hated it. I was so, like, exhausted after that day. Stats. Oh, stats isn't too bad, though. When you heard the miss was Leviathans. No! Leviathans, I honestly want to attribute to meta. Yeah, to the meta phenomenon. Think of it like the Black Tornado when it comes to, like, Bomber Richard. That's what I think. That's what I generally tend to associate Leviathan with. Because I see the Leviathans as a symptom. Three is draining enough. Oh yeah, 3 is pretty intense, especially if they're like really, really, really crazy ones. I was really unlucky one semester. I had I'm gonna go ahead and dump some levels into her to get her a bit higher up. I had one semester where I had where I should probably mention first things first. My college I went to, very rarely was there ever a Friday class. I always had technically a 3-day weekend, if you want to call it that. I had Friday off, Saturday off, and Sunday off. But this one semester, because of the classes I took, I was unfortunately I only have Tuesday and Thursday for classes. But what it meant was, and considering the duration of the classes, I would get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I would be there till 8 at night. So that was pretty much what those days were like. I was pretty much there from 8 to 8. And then when finals came around, oh, I didn't even answer. That's a good point. When finals came around, they were all, because they were all on the same day. They were all roughly. They were a couple hours apart, but they were all on the same day final-wise. So I had 4 finals, and all of them were one day. So I couldn't stagger my studies. I had to literally make sure I did it right and make sure it worked. But it was just horrible because it's like that. I was so tired after that day. But I got lucky. It was on Monday. It was the Monday of finals. So once Monday was done, I had the rest of the finals week off. I was just like, oh, okay. Didn't bother me after the end of that because I was able to, I finished Monday night. I passed out for probably 13, 14 hours because I was exhausted. And then and I just had the rest of the week off to do whatever I wanted. Which is Valko and getting that shriek of hers never gets old. It scares me every single time that she shrieks like that. It's just like, ugh. It startles me every single time I hear it. Anyway. Die, die, die. Alright, hero. You're nothing more than lowly mob monsters, but why is it so much fun chopping you up? Please get back in formation. You're getting ahead of us too quickly. Don't worry, just focus on keeping up with her. I'll cover your rear. In the middle of the storage facility, a fierce battle had broken out between the investigation team and the army of infected pawns gathered there. Though the enemies were numerous, there were not as many of them as had been at the Basilica. Also, there's something else I want to point out real quick. You guys know the metamorphosis thing, right? Remember how it what Bomb on Richard was trying to do by spreading it? Have you thought about how that relates to this infection? All it takes is one, and it can spread to others. Hey, that sounds like metamorphosis phenomenon. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying there's a very interesting comparison between the two. Can the pawns go through the metamorphosis? Not necessarily. Well, I don't know. I don't think so. But it's something to consider. It's a similar behavior. Maybe they're going through something similar to it because they're maybe missing a component that separates a pawn from a consent. Maybe. But that's something to think about. Both of them exhibit very similar behaviors. So whatever's affecting the pawns here, all it took was one, and it spreads to others. Bomb Richard became meta, and then she proceeded to spread the metamorphosis phenomenon to other characters, which resulted in characters like Repulse and Renown meta, which made it very clear in Pledge of Radiant Court. So it's a very similar situation. Is it the same thing? Probably not, but at that point you have to understand what separates a pawn from a consent. What allows the metamorphosis phenomenon to happen in a consent versus what is going on, what is being exhibited in the pawns. Which makes me wonder, what's the purification system? What does that do? Why does it suppress that? I'll be alright, see you, BR. Yeah, that could be very true. Anyway, though the enemies were numerous, there were not as many of them as had been in Basilica Rogue. It did not take long for the battle at the Basilica Nord to also wind down smoothly. Lady Implacable, Royal Oak and I might have discovered something out of the ordinary. Details, please. Though the course at the battle, we realized that the size of the battlefield was far more spacious than it should have been. In other words, the area inside the Basilica is larger than the space it occupies on the outside. So spatial anomaly. Interesting. So you finally noticed it as well.
My sincerest apologies, we had not had time to thoroughly survey the area to confirm our findings. Don't worry, I did not mean to cast doubt on your abilities. I simply am glad to have someone else's confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like, is it just me or is blank? Guys, we don't necessarily know what meta. It may not even be a meta. It could just be there's a source of it. Which, if we can attribute the meta behavior to a black cube, then maybe this is the black cube's touch or interaction with a pawn. Which wouldn't surprise me, because it's not the first time. I mean, I think Algeri had it. Didn't Algeri have a black cube in Skybound Oratorio? I don't think it's gone. So now the title return button. No. If this is it's built on a siren facility, so my assumption is that it's using a mirror C, which is causing a spatial anomaly. That's all it is. So it could be a black cube test area, yeah, exactly. And the purification system was just a way to control it. Don't worry, I did not mean to cast out. Actually, this phenomenon is not readily noticeable to the untrained eye. Whoever built the Basilica incorporated a number of optical illusions to obfuscate this fact, and not every Basilica shares the same design. Some were built to be massive, while others only expand in space under certain circumstances. I've been carefully observing this as well before finally coming to my conclusions. Celia, did you not notice Richelieu and Byrne doing anything unusual while they were cleaning up the battlefield? For example, trying to cover something up. My apologies, Implacable. I saw nothing of the sort. I see. Well, so be it. The two of us are on good terms, so I suppose I can directly ask her myself. Cardinal Richelieu, how goes the purification process? The third purification station is operating normally and should finish running within 15 minutes. An army of mass-produced pawns and a space larger than the actual size of the building. This entire Basilica is a piece of siren technology, isn't it? Indeed. We've achieved these feats through recycling siren technology, thus breaking the first vowel, or one of the major tenets of Azur Lane. Oh, so you admit it readily. After all, I am in the mood to casually give away valuable information today. Besides, you've been fighting in the Basilicas long enough to know that this phenomenon is commonplace. I've never intended to cover it up in the first place. And why didn't you bother saying anything? Because you never asked. Don't! Don't! That is the first reason. There's also a second. You seem like the type of person who genuinely relishes in piecing the truth, together the truth. Plus, you've had your royal maid keeping an eye on me the whole time, so why would I go threaten my standing with the Royal Navy? Exactly. She's not that type anymore. Like, she's less likely to do it now because of like how things went with Skybound Oratorio. If things went worse, then I think she probably would have been more skeptical, but I think she's pretty she trusts the Royal Navy. She may not give every secret, but she's not going to be too reserved about everything and lie. That aside, was everything here made using siren tech? Not everything. That would require us to go back through history to the time when this basilica was first established. A long time ago, the Irish Orthodoxy sent a small expedition to this island during the course of its war against the Sirens, in hopes of establishing a strategic foothold in the area. This was probably after the Consen were first created, because humanity was getting their butts kicked before the Consen were created. However, it did not take long for the Sirens to invade and completely level the expedition base. Generally speaking, conventional wisdom holds that the Irish fleet should have withdrawn for good and lived to fight another day. But for whatever reason, the Holy See issued a declaration that day, retake control of the island at any and all cost. The tribunal would soon dispatch another fleet to attack the Sirens' entrenched position. They carried out their orders faithfully, and after paying a harrowing price, managed to wrest control of the island from the Sirens.
After regaining control, we found a number of non-combat installations left behind by the Sirens all across the island. Apparently, they were trying to convert this place into a stronghold with logistical functions, but the blood price paid by the Orthodoxy fleet that day caught them off guard. Perhaps that was not simply a stroke of fate. The Tribunal may simply have had information no one else was privy to at the time. So you continue to the Holy See can speak. It sounds like it's a group, kind of like the Naval HQ and whatnot. So I'm curious what the crown of the Holy See is supposed to be then. If the Holy See, maybe it's their crown achievement? I don't know. So you continued to build up a military fortress on the foundations of the Siren stronghold and took control of it in the form of a basilica. What you see in front of you has changed appearances multiple times before reaching the scale you see now. Of course, there were various twists and turns along their reconstruction processes, but that would be the gist of it. I see. That makes sense. What about the meanings behind these 4 colors? What do you mean exactly? Blanc, Rouge, Noir, Vert. The bow, the sword, the scales, and the sickle. Conquest, war, famine, and death. The 4 horsemen. I think, right? Yeah, the 4 horsemen. The harbingers of last judgment. Yeah. Isn't someone in our chat named the 4 horsemen? Is there somebody in chat by the name 4 horsemen? What are you doing in the story? Were you also planning to tell me that from the beginning? I must admit, that is one piece of information I was not planning to impart. Oh, I guess you did hold some stuff. So what you're saying is, I'm the bad guy. I don't know. Are you? It's true. The Irish Orthodoxy was involved in what? What is that? Hold up. I have never seen that word before. Branch of theology that is concerned with the end of the world or of humankind. Okay. So like doomsday, doomsday research on behalf of the Holy See. It would have been quite embarrassing for them to have gotten if that word gotten out. So what you're telling me is they're preppers. But when I led you and your team here, I came to terms with the reality that you'd figure it out sooner or later. Our faiths may differ, but ultimately they trace back to the same roots. None of this symbolism is foreign to me. My question for you is this: what do the Orthodoxy hope to achieve with this research? To pass judgment upon this world? Hardly. We created this symbolic system to streamline the process of controlling our 4 armies. After the Holy See took control of the Siren stronghold here, we did manage to get our hands on a full suite of facilities for producing pawns. However, that did not come with the technology needed to control them. That's something only the Sirens know how to do. After extensive research, our engineers came up with a set of devices that borrowed the imagery of the 4 horsemen to operate the 4 fleets. And those are the 4 basilicas you see now. So each of the 4 horsemen corresponds to the division of the fleets based on the function and concept of judgment. Oh, wait. Hang on. And the concept of the judgment allows you to issue combat orders to exert a semblance of control over the pawn fleets. A novel, innovative solution. Or so it seemed on paper, but the execution did not pan out in the end. The reason why it failed was the infection problem we discussed earlier, yeah. In other words, the infection of the basilicas is not a malfunction per se, but rather a conceptual misalignment. That explains a lot. No wonder I've never seen Sirens struggle to command their pawns. Ah, because they're using an image. It's not the real thing, it's an image.
I get it. It's the same. So if for whatever reason the control system was lost, they go into disarray. They act irregularly. Okay. So this is the behavior we see when the lead siren in any of our previous events was taken out. It's not even a doomsday event. They were basically trying to replicate how the sirens can control things the way they do. But unfortunately, because they don't have an actual siren at the helm, they just have an image of that said, or a replica of it. It's not able to fully handle everything, and because of that, that's what leads to the corruption issue. Yeah. Anyway, we've managed to create a social person who doesn't know the machines. That's right. Byrne was the chief engineer during the second phase of the Basilica's construction at the time, and many of the devices inside were brought to fruition thanks to her. So she's the chief engineer, huh? No wonder the two of you knew everything about the Basilica's installations along the way. Is the purification system also derived from the imagery of Judgment Day? Correct. It represents the cleansing of all sin from the world. Oh, I see the corruption they're seeing as the sin. Now, only one Basilica remains. Once we reactivate the purification system there, Byrne and I will handle the rest of ourselves. This has got to be more complicated than that. There's something missing here. The fact that we're not even halfway done with the event. We're already at the last tower. Sounds like they also stretched the numbers way past the break point. Well, not necessarily. So it could also, I mean, it just seems like there's a significant thing that they're missing that represents what controls everything. There's got to be something more to this than that. That does make me wonder, would TB be able to step in on that? Like, that actually makes me wonder, would TB be able to suffice? But there's a danger with that. What if TB is actually the sirens? In which case, they just handed the sirens control of the major pawn facility again. TB is stuck with us right now. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean you can't. I mean, Operation Siren, she was able to act remotely. So it's not like it's impossible for that to happen. And it's not this. Yeah, I know, right? Anchorage isn't sus. Yeah, Anchorage is just precious. How's the story? It's interesting. It's kind of going into the background of pawns, which is unique. Also, I'd just like to point out the symbols on these ships have changed each of the stages. I don't know what it means because I don't know if that's related to the Basilica specifically, because there's only this icon here, which is probably just gonna say inoperable. Yeah, this doesn't change anything, but the symbols change each time, which means I'm thinking they're getting some kind of a blessing of some sort, or a buff. Question is, I don't know what this does. This is Steel Horse. Which one is this? It's the, I forget what they call this thing. I forget what they call that thing, though. That scale is famine. Oh, that's famine? I'm talking like, what is this thing called? I forget what they call this thing. Are they just called scales? I wasn't sure if they were just called scales. I thought they had a fancier name to them.
しら。
Sword of war.
ちゃん
Or scales are famine, sickle is death. Okay.
勝ちました。
So there's one we haven't seen yet. I don't know which one we haven't seen. Is that what it's called? A fulcrum? No, that doesn't sound right. They're just called scales. Or at least everyone seems to just be calling them that. Never mind. More balance is achieved. Oh, no, I was talking the actual scales. Like it had a fancy name. Rather than just being called scales. That's interesting, though.
頑張ればご主人様の役に立つよ。参ります。逃げないでくださいね。
So I wonder what this means. Like, what does it mean that they have these symbols on them? Like, what kind of gameplay behavior does it do?
ほんのちょっとだけ本気出そうかしら。
Wait, hold up. I wasn't seeing things, was I?
誇らしきご主人様。
Hold up. Oh, well, hang on, never mind. Oh, I'm gonna tell myself to hold up. In control area, there's local investigation team. What's going on here? What's wrong, Bern? Things are much worse than I had anticipated. This was originally the first Basilica built on top of the Sire facilities, so it's also the oldest. I already knew that the level of infection would be the most severe here, but I didn't expect it to be so severe that it'd generate its own Mirror C. Wait, so the Mirror C didn't appear because Argus activated the emergency control system? By the looks of things, that's right. All she did was cause the existing infection to spread. This problem has been going on for far longer. And to make matters worse, this Basilica's factory has been running non-stop this entire time. This might be the real reason Vitya abandoned the island. The facility had already gone out of control, and instead of trying to get the equipment back up under control, they sealed it off and allowed it to continue running. Well, they didn't have you. You were their chief engineer. And you're with Iris, not with Vitya. So maybe that's also part of the problem. They didn't understand it as much as you did. We're fortunate the seal has managed to hold up until this point, but eventually the pawns will overflow from this place and mindlessly spread death as their symbolism implies. Wait, what? In other words, this would have turned into a major crisis sooner or later. Oh! Had Her Majesty not sent us, you would have had to take responsibility for whatever fallout came after of this Basilica. Isn't that right, Richelieu? Yes, while I did not account for the Royal Navy coming here, your assistance is the best thing I could have asked for. Her Majesty would naturally want us to look after our allies. Yeah, this basically turned into a biohazard event. Just not really a natural biohazard. It would have been a true world-ending event with just the sheer number of pawns that it would have produced. Say, you mentioned just now that the factory has been producing pawns non-stop. Where have they all gone? On the contrary, we haven't encountered any resistance at all since we entered the Basilica. Things are going smoother so far than in any of the other basilicas. I can't give you a definitive answer without doing a bit of investigation myself, but they might have been sent deeper into the catacombs. Right. Sorry, I spoke without thinking. I need to investigate whether the purification system will still be able to function as normal, so please excuse me for a moment. Quite an uncharacteristically intense look in your eyes, Cardinal. What are these catacombs that Byrne mentioned? One of the Basilica's facilities, responsible for breaking down and recycling the pawns manufactured here. The situation down there probably isn't very optimistic either, but it doesn't change the task at hand. This is kind of concerning. Once we reactivate all 4 purification stations, that should resolve the most urgent part of this problem. As long as we work together and seal this place back up, there won't be anything for you to worry about. I can't afford to get any more outside parties involved in this mess, especially not the commander. Why not us? What are you so concerned about? I'll trust your assessment of the situation then. Naturally, as these facilities belong to the Irish Orthodoxy, the Cardinal should have the final say over what to do with them. There's no need to be so formal. Though I've had to choose my words carefully, do let Queen Elizabeth know that I'm extremely grateful for her assistance. I'll do just that. Much obliged. Now, all we need to do is wait for Byrne to finish reactivating the purification system. Miss Celia, would you mind preparing some snacks for us in the meantime? As you wish, Richelieu. This is much bigger than it really should be. Also, I needed to check something if it wasn't just me. Something about, I think I noticed something. Those sigils are supposed to be famine, you guys were saying, right? I think I might have noticed a behavior, but I need to pay attention to it more. Okay, no. Okay, never mind. For a second, I thought they were actually making that like famine meant that they would fire one shot and then ran out. No, it's I just wasn't paying attention at the right time.
逃げないでくださいね。素晴らしい勝利ですわ。みんな引き
Yeah, it sounds interesting. I'm kind of curious what's gonna happen. Because it sounds like it's gonna be out of control, and she's not. I'm making the assumption she's not gonna have control of this. And when the moment they remove that seal is when things are gonna get really bad.
頑張ればご主人様の役に立てる気よ。逃げないでくださいね。
But that'll have to be a tomorrow thing because, well, it's time locked. So we will have to wait and see. Being 5:38. Yeah, I know we've gone a little bit over this time, but it did take a little bit long because I was on a few detours. No, shouldn't be too bad though. Why do they come with the time lock anyway? I don't know. I really don't know. It does seem like a really silly thing. I know I've actually discussed that with a few people before. I know it's something they can't just get rid of, but I'm not really sure what its significance is. Also, that one character just got destroyed by rockets. Did you see? I think that was Emil that just got destroyed by rockets. Spacing content. That would make sense. Let it bug check the content before it goes out. Maybe. To finish the rest of the story. Yep, we will exactly, and you can. I should already have the stream posting up, so if you want to check the time, it should be the same time as this one started. Just because I have work tomorrow. So I'm not able to just immediately dive into it when I wake up. Wish how that works. Yeah, there are definitely some major concerns. Personally, I don't think this is going to be as optimistic as it's going to be. Richelieu's going to have to get more people involved, or at least the Royal Navy is going to be a lot more involved than it looks. Because it wouldn't make sense for them to just be like, okay, job's done, let's go home. And then everyone just goes home and everything is left alone. I think that they're going to remove the seal and they're going to just see how bad it is. That's what my assumption is at this point, is they're going to remove the seal and it's just going to be horrible. You mean we don't support? No.
I'm not asking for that kind of
よ
stuff.
ーし派手にぶちかますわよ死の剣さばきを一撃だ
I can enjoy YouTube a lot more, though, because I have that job. Because I don't feel the pressure of having to do content for, you know.
剣のさばきを受けよ
As nice as a thing YouTube might be for people, having to rely on that as your source of income might be a little bit scary. Just because there's going to be, unless you're like a really big person,
戦場に漂う魂
the pressure to get a video out daily is probably greater on creators at my size. And me not having to worry about that because I have a job is probably one of the reasons I'm not going to be. Yeah, magic. It's one of those things. It's like it's a blessing and a curse. It's a like having something that takes care of my finances and everything, so I don't have to stress about making ends meet. Well, I still do sometimes. There is comfort in the fact that I don't have to feel like, as much as I hate not getting videos out, I don't have to feel like my entire life depends on getting videos out.
頑張ればご主人様は楽に見きよ逃げないでくださいね逃げないでくださいね
So as much as I dislike the fact that I'm not able to get videos out, I'm not like terrified at whether or not I'll make ends meet. Still want to see you get a silver button. It'd be cool. I mean, the way I like personally, I the fact that I'm even like at a channel this size is still something that baffles me. I guess that's the way I look at it. Whether or not I become a big channel or not is not something I'm too concerned about. It's just more of the fact that I'm just like, wow, it's actually surprising. Any plans on new ship review? I want to get back into them. It's just time's been a pain. I think my current goal right now is, because I'm probably going to have to start really picking and choosing what videos I get out, I need to focus more towards lore for now. I'll probably release quicker, like, character memory videos. Because they're a lot quicker than my thoughts on series. I think once I get caught up on lore, I'll be able to focus back on those as, like, to fill the gaps. There's also a whole bunch of other things I want to do, too. But, again, it's things I want to do, but things I don't necessarily have time for, sadly. So I kind of feel like I'm starting to have to triage. Unless I do, like, some major change. I don't know if that'll work though. But yeah, I do want to get back into them. It's just I'm thinking I'm gonna have to pick and choose what I can get out. And I know people would like the lore videos more than the character reviews. So as much as I like doing the character reviews, I also like doing the lore videos. So really, either of them is a win-win for me. So that's really where I'd put that for now. So I guess right now they're kind of a little bit on hiatus. If I can fit one in every now and then, I'll probably do so. But I'd probably stick to lore for now. That's probably going to be where my main focus is going to be, considering I know people like the lore stuff. Enjoy the Sandy Love in each video though. I always have to have Sandy in there somehow. It's a little bit hard too, because it's like trying to find scenarios where I can make the joke without it being the same thing over and over again is a little bit difficult. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Like if I ever talked about Isuzu, I think that would be probably one of the more hilarious ones to have Sandy in it. Because like that's the whole gag about Sandy versus Isuzu. One's great for buffing your entire fleet, the other one's just a complete AA solo carry. We got that 41st Sandy, by the way. Yeah. That's kind of where it like... But yeah, that's where things are right now. I do want to do more of those videos. It's just because of how work's consuming so much time. And I mean, I guess I can't really blame it. You know, I'm not just a software engineer for my group anymore. I'm actually
I've been starting to be called the lead.
逃げないでくださいね
So I'm assuming that's a significant thing rather than just be calling like a developer. I'm the lead developer now. So it's like one of those things of just like practically Hawk, you're the only one doing lore videos of Azur Lane, Arknights, and I don't do Arknights lore. I probably could, but my gosh, that'd be so much time just reading everything and putting everything together. I don't think there's been translations issues with Arknights though, so it'd be a lot easier than Azur Lanes because I don't have to cross-reference it as much. But it'd still be a very long one because I think in the amount of time it would probably take me to read one Arknights event, it'd probably be 2 or 3 Azur Lane events. But that's just because of how that is. But I really do, like, I remember telling people so many times, like, when I did those lore videos, it was like, when I did that really big lore video, it was so much fun. And I already am gonna just say this, I am going to make another one of those videos like I did for Parallel Superposition, the What We Learned. And they may not have as much, depending on how I feel. But those videos I definitely did enjoy making. But I definitely need to get caught up on the rest. Oh hey, look, it's the sickle. Let's see how long that sickle lasts. Richelieu! Nope. There it is. Do FGO lore. I haven't even played the game nor watched the anime, so I would be completely clueless on that. But no, like, I know people really liked the What We Learned from Parallel Superposition, so I want to kind of stick. I think the goal is going to be for lore stuff is going to be basically I need to do a smaller version of that 3-hour lore video for each individual event, like I've talked about before, and then after an event, I think having the What We Learned video would be good. Because that allows people to kind of keep up slightly with everything. And that also would make it a lot easier for me to then go back and do a full analysis. Because what I can look at it is the What We Learned can be a much shorter and quicker summary of the event. Whereas the full-blown analysis, which is something akin to that 3-hour video was, can go over more of the topics in depth and kind of tie other pieces to everything together. Do slow ahead lore. I don't know if I can really say much about that. On this episode of Slow Ahead Lore, today we're going to look into why the cardboard box that Formidable sat on broke. Proceeds to get destroyed by Formidable. The video is 10 minutes long, but after the intro, I'm just knocked out unconscious. Did another video? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. It is meme-worthy content, technically. I still love the fact that in the Ryza collab, the word lumbering was used and Formidable was just like, It's like just simply hearing the word broke her. I saw the Shiroko stuff. That was kind of weird. I did see it. I think somebody had Shiroko fighting that Shiroko, and it was weird to see all, like, she pulled out some of the weapons that Shiroko used were very familiar. I'll put it that way. This is a quick summary of the exit. Oh no, it was really funny. Somebody, like, one of the comments on that 3-hour lore video was, is there a TLDR? Well, I think it was a TLDW, because technically a video, version of this, and somebody replied to that comment saying, this is that version.
I'm like, yeah, it's like I didn't even want to comment on that. It's like, there's nothing more I could add. It's true. 3 hours versus what took me probably about a month and a half to read and put everything together. So, yeah, I'd say that's a TLDW version. Laura's super drawn out though. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a downside to it with everything being fragmented and we have to kind of put all the pieces together. I like that mode because it does allow us to draw more speculation. Because it's like, oh, well, we had this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened. And some things that you didn't think would be a reference end up being a reference. It's brutal, fun, but brutal. Oh, yeah. I mean, it is a negative. I can definitely understand that. Because, like, it's fragmented, right? And what's even worse is it's locked behind events. And if you miss one event, that can throw everything off. So, like, if you've missed... I think the biggest thing would be if you've missed... if you've missed, for example, Dreamwaker's Butterfly, there's a lot of big bombshells in there that I think are going to go missing. Or even better, or even worse, if you've missed Rondo... you're probably going to be very confused on a lot of things. And that's kind of the downside to everything being segmented and behind events. Granted, that's the design they went with, so you can't do much about it. I mean, a lot of people are going to protest it. It's literally compiler. A lot of people like compiler. Well, that time it was pretty much instant kill. Alright, this is the last of the lore for the day. Or for this stream. Inner facility. What on earth is this place? I don't remember it being here when we surveyed the island. This is the Tribunal's fortress. It only rises out of the ground when all other purification systems have come online. Its presence confirms that the purification of Basilica Vert has been completed. Unfortunately, I don't know much about this fortress either, as it was always one of the Tribunal's most closely kept secrets. And I also assume that the Tribunal was directly responsible for the construction of the fortress. They seem to have big plans for this place. That's correct. As a matter of fact, the Tribunal's Mechanicus professor sank not too far from here. Huh. At the time, the Tribunal had invested a massive amount of resources into that ship's construction, managing to create one of the most powerful conventional warships at its disposal. As it was one of the prized vessels, there was technically no reason for it to have participated in the battle in the first place. However, they still sent it to the front lines as part of their mission to reclaim the island at all costs. What's more, it actually did play an instrumental role in that battle against the Sirens. So they built it here, they took it away, and then when this place got taken over, they sent it back. Wait, what? Am I confused by that? Hang on. It may not... I thought this was where it was created. But it was used to reclaim the place at all costs. Maybe I'm misreading that. It truly is a pity, just as you said. I see Vicia hasn't replaced these flags. They're still in the Orthodoxy's old design. Yes, I suppose some good did come out of their negligence to maintain this place. That's a backhanded insult there. A sight for sore eyes indeed. May the Holy Iris's blessing be upon us all.
I knew they said it was created. I don't know if it was created here or not. I guess that's the thing. I got confused if it was created here or not. I thought it was implied it was. Because it feels like, you know, if a place that was so technologically important to them that they would risk everything to reclaim it, you know, it would make sense that one of their most powerful ships would be created at the place that was the most value to them. But not perhaps this one. Maybe one of the other basilicas. That's possible. Did you wish to pray? I can leave you alone for a while if you want. No need. Resolving the situation is still our top priority. There will be plenty of time for prayers later. Burn. Begin the final purification. Carry out the judgment procedure. As you wish, Cardinal. Burn pulled the lever on the purification system, spurring it into action. In an instant, the ambience lightened, added to the anxiety gripping all the girls' hearts. All the girls' hearts. So is that it? You've finally done it? Okay, hero. Return the bow to the Cardinal. You don't need it anymore. Give it back? Heck no, this is loot and I earned it. You will give it back, and that's that. We're not in the business of looting sacred relics. If she wants it, she may keep it. That bow is only a replica for exhibition purposes anyway. Sweet! Cheers, Cardinal! Yay! Happy hero noises. Well, if you're sure, Cardinal, I'd like to take this moment to thank you again on behalf of the whole Royal Navy. Were it not for you, Royal Oak and Argus would still be in danger in this crisis, would continue to threaten our forces in the Antarctic region. Well, it'd be more than that. If that one place had kept building and building and building, it would have just caused, I mean, a potentially world-ending event. Though I'm pretty sure the Sirens would have probably stepped in and shut that down. I know that they have their own plans for things, but I think a world-ending event on this particular branch isn't something that they're going to let just happen. Actually, now that I think about it, that is a very ironic line. Anyway, once we're back home, I will relay everything that happened here to Her Majesty. If you'd like me to forward a message to her, please tell me now. No, I should be thanking you. You helped us regain control of these basilicas, and let me see our old glorious flag as it once flew over this island. You needn't tell Her Majesty anything specific, just give her my sincerest thanks. That's all? Alright, Cardinal, what's that in the sky? The sky? Uh-oh. That looks like a singularity. Thus shall the lightless purgatory manifest above the skies, a portent from beyond the realm of man. Well, hey! So about trying to keep everyone else... about trying to keep this on the down low. Well, I think that's not happening anymore! It's probably a singularity, much like the others, which makes me wonder, because singularities also can be used as like think of it like a wormhole. So I wonder if this means someone's trying to come through. Portent from beyond the realm of man, an all-devouring void, the sign of the arrival of the end times. Raise your eyes to the apocalyptic sun, for revelation has come. Well, so about... Hang on. So you didn't take care of the facilities. Look what happened now.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, that's interesting for sure. I'm kind of curious what this is going to be. I liked what this was leading into, which was like that whole concept of what the pawns were doing and this concept of this infection. It's interestingly enough very similar to the meta phenomena in the sense that all it takes is one and it can spread, which I found rather interesting. Now I know what the... yeah, that does make sense now. So, it does make me wonder, what is this gonna look like on when we move to the next map? What's this world gonna look like? Is it just gonna be a gigantic black hole right here or something, and they're gonna have to do like really spread out stages? So, there's not a lot to go off of at the beginning though. There's a lot of things we don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure how much Richelieu will have to tell us at this point, because this seems like something even she's like, this might be something maybe she's not even sure how to handle. So this is why I don't think it's anywhere near done. So I'm actually curious where that's gonna go. Yes, for those that are...
指揮官おかえり抱っこして指揮官のハートを狙って前段発射
Blucher being Blucher. Not much I can do about it. I guess my secretary's changed. Who are they now? Let's see. Blucher. Noshiro.
どうしました
Daido. Alana.
指揮官今日の晩ご飯は任せてあと明日の昼ご飯と明日の晩ご飯そして明後日の勢いのまま口走っちゃった
I can feel people dying in chat. And good old soft landing.
指揮官様イラストリアスの心は今ドキドキしていますよ感じていますか
That's an interesting series. So basically you have diabetes. We'll also give you diabetes. Wants attention, but actually is super sweet. Actual cinnamon roll. I don't know what this one... Basically, we have 4 sources of diabetes, and I don't know what to consider this one. Though she is kind of a sweet character. She is technically a very sweet character. Littorio approved. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh man. Alright. We'll do 3 more builds and I'll see if I can get them. If I can't, I'll probably do some runs of 12-4 just to build up some coin, and then tomorrow I got her again. And then tomorrow I might do some more pulls just to see if we can get a second chance in.
はじめましてご主人様
Oh, I got the Dido class girl
なが
again.
ら挨拶を申し上げます
Which I guess is not a bad thing.
はじめまして
No dice. I have 59 coin. Hey, can I? For gold. I don't want to spend. I mean, I don't want to do that. Oh, well, hey, I got these too. Never mind. We have a few more pulls we can do because of this. I think it's actually just one. Sadly. Yeah, just a little shy. So I did get some more of these, so never mind. We have a bit more. Never mind. We have three. We still have 3 more. Thanks for the 10, though, yeah. 130, 210, and who's this last person? I didn't even get to see the number because it just showed 99 out of 99.
ロンドン級の末っ子シロップ社着任しま
You
した
can't hide.
よく天然だの見通す100
Oh,
の
there's Argus.
君はこの間
I like how I've just got the duplicates again. who do I still need here? Is it just implacable? It is just implacable. That's the UR is the only one I've not got, but Scylla and Argus came pretty quickly, which is kind of surprising because Argus was the one I was expecting not to get. Speaking of which, I should look at her real quick. Plot twist, we have enough for this. Oh, we do.
イラストリアスのこ
I'm scraping every single build I can, chat. Oh, it's a county class.
ここはどこなのすみま
Actually, she's
せん
adorable.
あな
Though.
たが好きか
Actually, what is Chat's favorite county class? Let's go with that question. That's a good one. Let's look at everyone's. Let's look at our county class. I don't think Sussex is one though. Let's have a little fun here. Who's the winner? Who is the sheep? London is one. She's not here because I don't have a copy of her. Kent for the meme. Belfast. Belfast is not a county class, I don't think. Unless I'm wrong. I actually don't know what class is Belfast. Hold up. Belfast, what class are you?
お目覚めですか
My mind, that's not.
寝顔
Is
が
it
大
down?
変
Town? Not down. Edinburgh. Edinburgh, right. I knew that. I should have known that. I should know that. Her sister's in the game. I'm guessing Edinburgh is a subclass. Because I see a lot of people saying town. So I'm assuming it's a subclass. Yeah, because I don't know that much about history, sadly. So it looks like... surprisingly, Kent, actually, seems to be the crowd favorite. One of the more not so liked characters is also one of the most liked of the county class. Interesting. You got 4 times implacable, but skill. That's yeah. Came at 188. Pulled, by the way, morning. Jeez, 188 pulls. That's rough. I'll see where I go, you know? I'm not too worried about it yet, because like I always say, it's day 1. It's never a bad thing. If you're in the situation like me where you have cubes but no coin, it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, if it was like the last day and I still don't have her, which, I mean, honestly... yeah, then I would be a little bit worried. But besides that, wait, why does it say collect 1 of 4? Did I miss something? You can only so you can only have 4 pities? Doesn't it take 5 to collect and limit break? Or did I miss something? You only get 4 of these? You can spark 4 times. Oh, you can't. So you will have to use a boolean in the end. Huh. That's a little mean. That's a little mean, I think. Is there another one of these already? Wait, why do I have a notification? Who? Whomst? Whomst? No one. I've been lied to. Oh, we got another poll, chat. Let's go. Ooh, I actually don't even know what her timer is. What even is her timer? What is impact? And
見通す100の目
I might have enough copies of her by the end of this. Yeah, if you fill 800 pulls, that sucks. I feel so... But, I mean, like, really, like, the entirety of Azur Lane, and once you get a copy of a ship, there's no reason to get a duplicate. Sure, maybe the URs are different. I can understand that. Because of... It requires... What's the resource? Where? Oh, you know what? I could technically just... Well, I just misclicked that. Boom. We did it. What is it called? Shoot. This. Whatever these are called. Specialized core. Which... I mean... Okay. I'm not gonna say anything. I think I have a little too much of this. I think I have a bit too much. To be fair, I had quite a good running start. And in case people aren't sure... She's right here. Oh my goodness. Alright, we could do 7 more. And then that's all I can really do for tonight, chat. We can bank. We can bank. My count's a little over you. Yeah, like, it's not... It really isn't too hard to build it up. And you can just save it for the particular one you want. Like, if you have all the URs, but you want to specifically focus on one, that's not a bad thing. That was an oof. That's entirely up to that, though. Really. Commissions. Is that going to give me enough? I wonder, though. Oh, yeah, they're all done. Sweet. Just a little shy, but I think actually that's 100 right there. Yep. I usually just pick up these first before I do any others. Actually, wait. Did I check my urgents? These aren't really that amazing. This one's probably the only one. Okay. That bad build. We believe, chat. Here we go. Boom. Whomst? Who? Who is this? Who is this? Oh. Her. Okay. Das Boot. Das Boot. Just kidding. That's a very weird shoe design, though. Oh, I just realized she's got that, like, tattooed on her here. Just in case people didn't know who she was, she literally has a name tag tattooed on her thigh. Oh my goodness, that's goofy. So, alright, well, other than that, I don't think there's really much else I can do at the moment. The ring pack was gone, I think, yesterday, so hopefully you guys picked it up if you did. I like how they did this for the lucky bag. They actually make it look like it's an actual school. Oh. It is what it is. Yeah, 435, yep. Guess I can go check. Are these done? One of these is done. Yeah, I'm doing pretty darn good in terms of Research, though. So close. So close. That's not gonna be, I don't know, this one's gonna be a mixed bag, because I have to use Dragon Emperor Vanguard to unlock this one. Which I guess is fine. I have both of the missile destroyers. And then probably just a +1 from the Dragon Emperor for it. And that's it. Though, like, from my personal experience with her in the story, she is a absolute dork, which is hilarious. You ever heard of this stuff before? Yeah, I've heard about it. I've heard about it before. You literally just told me about it 5 seconds ago. I loved and hated that at the same time. 21! Holy! Okay. Oh, right, catch up. Right. I'm gonna steal this katana from you. I will steal this. You just hear like her and her stuttery voice be like, "No, please, it's mine. Don't do it." It's okay. We have the good one. Also, for those that, in case anyone has not actually heard it, because some people are probably not working on her yet at the moment because they may not have her unlocked or they're working on somebody else. Where is she? Where are you? You know what? Let's actually use the thing called filters. Here you go, chat.
Sensei, anchorage, 一緒? アンカレッジ先生女の子王子様一緒ずっと一緒
Chat has demanded. Whoop, wrong one. Well, I mean, they're both out of position, but still. There you go, chat. There you go. Here, if you want your little screenshots, we could do this. Let's just zoom in a little bit, just zoom in a bit more. And then we put the hand right here. There you go. Now you can have your screenshots of her getting head pat. Any Golden Cruise missions? Maybe lucky. I don't have any at the moment. I mean, unless I wanted to buy like the building pack or something. The one that people use that's like, hey, it's 980 gems to unlock the whole thing. Or to get a whole bunch of these. This is the only thing you do with Anchorage, chat. The only thing you do with Anchorage. Oh, I guess I could get the I usually always get the extended pass or whatever it's called. Whatever that thing is called. Is it? I think it's just called Battle Pass, I think, actually. Have a gear skin. What is the best fleet combination for Anchorage? I'm not sure what you're, like, are you asking for, like, what team best works with her? Also, Anna, thanks for the 213. Anchorage isn't really a character you build around. She helps build towards something. Like, I imagine meta fights, she's a pretty good dodge character if you need to worry about it. So that's kind of like how her kit works. I forget which skill it is. Is it hide and seek? She's a dodge queen, I think. I forget. Yeah. So she's not necessarily a character you build around. She's more of a character that just supplements. It's kind of like how, like, you know, a lot of your tanky frontliners are. So, I mean, oh yeah, here's the team I'm using for this is. Well, the front line's what matters. The back line doesn't. See, Lamar is retrofit. But no, like instead of you, like St. Louis here is just merely for the, or I guess San Rui if you want to call her that way. But I'm using her as the front tank because she's got an evasion system to her. But it's the same situation. I could replace this with Anchorage and it would do the same thing. They're pretty much like the same. Well, kinda. I think hers is a timer. That Isuzu Freeski is so good. I love it when you also pick her up. She's just like, you super officer. All right, chat. I need you to imagine one thing: the Super Mario jump noise. Boing. Alrighty. And she calls us sensei. Well, we understand that. We understand why she calls us sensei now. It makes a lot more sense thanks to parallel superimposition. But yeah, Anchorage is just a character that supplements your fleet. She's a dodge tank, so she's a great front character. If you have another tank that you want to put in the front, I guess she's not a bad rear tank. I don't know if that's gonna if it's gonna be that important for you to have her as a rear tank. But is it? You know what the saddest thing is the fact that one of, like, I'm not saying this to be mean to her, but the game's really gone and done her dirty. Her biggest thing was that she was just an absolute HP tank. You didn't have the firepower for her, sadly, because of just how she works. But she was an HP tank if you really needed someone to live. And now with large cruisers, she doesn't even have the tanking rule anymore. I'm not saying this to be mean to her, but like the one thing she had left, she's lost. It's not even Anchorage. It's not even Anchorage. Like, I mean obviously because she's a UR, this is gonna be a horrible comparison, but she has more health and actually hits hard. Or Azur, yeah, you can. Azur doesn't have to necessarily be Kronstadt, but most people probably have Kronstadt at least somewhat built because she was the gotcha. She's the gotcha large cruiser that was a UR. I mean, there is probably no doubt in my mind that majority of players are going to have a built Kronstadt over a built Azur just because of how which one is easier to obtain. But it's still sad because it's like it's the one thing, like tanking was the one thing she had left, and then the large cruisers came out of nowhere and took it from her. and like even with like this thing is nice and all, but it's not doing enough. It doesn't do enough, and it's kind of sad. Hold up, why Kronk use Ozma gun? Probably because I was making her. The previous meta fight, I was having her, I needed AP. I just wanted to squeeze out more damage. Actually, no, was it? It was. I think it was actually Arizona. I was actually fighting Arizona. I just wanted to see if I could squeeze out more damage with her. You could still miss. You are gotcha. Yes, true, but I'm talking between the amount of the difference between Kronstadt and Azur is going to be really, like, if you weren't there for the event, yeah, you don't have her, sure. But the amount of time it takes you just to get Azur fully dev'd, especially if you were to start, like, right now, like, right, if you were to do it, if you just now unlocked her, the amount of time it's going to take you to get her to Dev 30, considering the RNG of the research system, and, I mean, there's catch-up, sure, it's 150 free prints there, but getting her past that, what, 600-something prints? I don't even know how many prints you need for Dev 30 Azur. I'm not even anywhere near there. But just about 2 months. Is it guaranteed 2 months? Or is that, I don't know how much, is that like optimal situation 2 months, or is this like average case? If it's average case, that's still pretty good, but it's still 2 months. Whereas if you were there for her event, it's just a matter of just grinding with her. That's it. Like if you had the cubes at the time, yeah, sure. General availability goes to Azur, but the amount of time it takes to invest into Kronstadt is significantly less than Azur. So, I don't know. My assumption would be there's probably still more Kronstadts than Azurs that are fully developed. Only if you don't have other. What do you mean, others? What was your reaction to when they announced... Oh, I answered this already, but... I guess I wasn't shocked after I realized that Ian technically revealed it. I forget specifically where in Pledge, but if you're wanting to... I think it's towards the end. One of these. But somewhere in here, like towards the latter end of Pledge of Radiant Court, is where Ian mentions the other Elizabeth in the room. So it makes me realize, oh, hey, I guess that was a reference to her. Ian has multiple lines. Never mind, Ian has multiple lines. I wonder how they reacted to that. But regardless, that might answer a lot of things, specifically who Queen Elizabeth was talking about in that event. We had no idea who it was. We were under the suspicion it was Observer, but it could have actually just been Queen Elizabeth or Meta. Don't know. Regardless, yeah, that's pretty much how that's going to be. I really do kind of wish she got a retrofit instead, though, to be honest. I feel like she kind of needs that more than she needs her meta form. But we'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna need to hop off. It is getting pretty late. I have to get some rest before work tomorrow. Once again, I will say I do plan to stream the second half of the event. It'll be tomorrow. Same time. The stream should already be up and ready. It's using the same thumbnail because I didn't have time to make a second one. But I'll see if I can tweak it now that I've got some CGs to work out here. That said, I'll see you guys again tomorrow for that. I may look into streaming Eden Treaty sometime over the weekend. Just so that way I make sure I cover that before Coyote's banner is gone, because I did kind of want to consider pulling her if the story was good. So I'll look into that as well. I am trying to figure out what I can do with videos. It's been incredibly frustrating trying to get the right time for it. So hopefully I will be able to figure out what to do about that. So anyway, hope you guys did enjoy tonight. Definitely had a good number of tangents for sure, but it was definitely an enjoyable story. I'm interested to see where the second part's going to go. We'll see what's going to happen. So his time is later. Yeah. That said, though, if you are watching this and you missed a good chunk of the stream, it will be archived. Don't worry. It's probably going to take a little bit because it is about 5 hours. So
お手伝いしましょうか。
I will see if I can get more money built up so that way I can do some more pulls tomorrow to get Implacable. But until then, that's going to be all for tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you guys all again tomorrow. Laters!